Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
You shouldn't have done that, Aphrodite, Artemis shouted. Her voice cracked with real anger as she glared at the goddess lounging across from her. Aphrodite had just cursed one of Artemis's hunters, forcing the girl to fall in love. Artemis had reacted the only way she could. She expelled her from the hunt. Aphrodite had only done it out of boredom. To her, it was a joke. But Artemis confronting her in person, that irritated her far more than losing a hunter ever would. As Artemis stormed out, Aphrodite's irritation curdled into spite. She hissed a curse at her cousin's back. A subtle one. A dangerous one. Artemis would be forced to bear a child with a mortal, preferably human, but it didn't matter much. A simple love curse woven into it, but so hidden that Artemis never noticed, and wouldn't notice for 1,000 years. 1,000 years later, Artemis began to sense something was wrong. She felt off, unbalanced. She dismissed it as human toxins, easy for a goddess to shake off. Except this time it didn't fade. After a week of unease, she finally left her domain to figure out the cause herself. She walked through a forest and only realized she was near a highway when her legs suddenly buckled beneath her. Her breath caught. A goddess didn't just fall. She tried to stand, but her body refused to obey. For the first time in her immortal life, fear climbed her spine. A twig snapped. Artemis turned her head and saw a mortal man. And to her horror, he looked overwhelmingly desirable. His voice vibrated through her in a way she didn't understand. "Hey, what are you doing out here this late?" he asked, stepping toward her. His hand brushed her shoulder. She shivered. Tears pricked her eyes. "Why does this feel good? Why can't I stop it?" The man, John Parker, lifted her effortlessly, not about to leave an injured young woman alone in the dark. He carried her home. "Celine, please, you need to eat something," John said a week later. He'd taken care of her every day since she appeared on his doorstep. She'd only told him her name. Somehow, in that small week, he'd fallen for her. He didn't know this was Aphrodite's curse twisting both of them. Artemis couldn't take the pressure of his hand on her shoulder. The pleasure was overwhelming, unnatural. When he touched her again, she finally broke. She grabbed his collar and kissed him hard, her body already yielding to the curse she couldn't feel or fight. 9 months later, she vanished. As suddenly as she'd entered his life, she was gone. John didn't understand. They'd been happy. They had a child. How could she leave? The moment her son was born, the curse shattered. Artemis saw everything clearly for the first time and felt only disgust. Disgust for the child, disgust for John, and even more for herself. She nearly killed him, but stopped only because the rules forbade it. How could she have broken her oath of chastity? How? She fled the hospital disguised as a mortal, replaying the truth in her mind. Aphrodite. It had to be. The curse had been buried so deeply she never saw it. Aphrodite, of course, was already safe from punishment and from Hera's notice, thanks to Zeus's bed. Their son, named Arjun after the Latin word for silver because of his hair, was a bright, alert baby. John held him and cried, still convinced Celine would return. She never did. A year passed. John lost his job. The grief twisted into something dark. They sold the house and moved into a trailer park. John changed. He ignored his son, drowning himself in drugs and rage. By the time Arjun turned 3, John was a full addict. Heroin, cocaine, meth, anything he could get. He spent everything on it. "It's your fault," John yelled, slamming his fist down. Arjun learned young that his silver hair reminded his father too much of the woman who left him. And so Arjun's life began, beatings, neglect, and forced errands to keep his father supplied with beer and rent money. "Go make yourself useful," John barked, smacking his 6-year-old son and sending him out the door. Arjun left for 2 months. When he returned, he had a job and new scars. John didn't ask where the money came from. "Arjun, you get the payment for the girls yet?" The bartender called as the boy rushed past, balancing trays with practiced speed. "Yes, sir." Arjun tossed a glass cup toward him. It landed perfectly in the bartender's hand. His aim was flawless, always had been. Guns, knives, anything. He never missed. The bartender thumbed through the cash and smiled. Extra today. Good work. He slipped Arjun $200. Thank you. Arjun bowed and ran off. The bartender watched him go and sighed. Liar. You're not buying a toy. Crash. John threw Arjun to the ground the moment he came home, yanking money out of his hands. You brought the beer I asked for? John growled. Why, yes. Arjun pulled a bottle from his jacket. John kicked it away, the glass slicing Arjun's hand. That's not what I wanted. He stomped Arjun's face again and again until the boy stopped moving. When John saw that silver hair, something inside him snapped. He screamed and kept beating his unconscious son. Get away from him. Sam burst through the door. She swung her crutch at John and knocked him back. She called the police while checking Arjun's pulse. She felt something was wrong today. Now she knew. Arjun woke to a white ceiling. Where am I? He whispered. You're in the hospital, a voice answered. Arjun turned to see a man in a wheelchair. Your father was arrested for domestic abuse and attempted murder. Your friend Sam called the police. She saved your life. Arjun frowned. His father had been arrested before. He always came home the next day. Are you my doctor? He asked. The man chuckled. No, I'm a teacher for people like you. My name is Chiron, and I came to ask if you'd like to learn from me. I can even help you learn about your mother. Arjun hesitated. If he found his mother, maybe she would come back. Maybe they could fix everything. He agreed. A week later, his father was found guilty. Arjun was placed under Chiron's care. This isn't a house, Arjun said as they approached an archway in the woods. Their cab driver hadn't questioned a thing, which was strange enough. The clearing beyond was glowing with life, even in early winter. Chiron smiled. Welcome, Arjun, to Camp Half-Blood. He led the boy inside to explain everything. Arjun, you're what we call a demigod, Chiron said gently. He explained everything he knew about Arjun's origins and how the world truly worked. He couldn't tell Arjun who his godly parent was. If he had to guess, he suspected a minor goddess, but nothing was certain until a claim. Like the myths? Arjun asked. Hercules and all that? Chiron smiled. Exactly, but your divine parent hasn't claimed you yet. Until she does, her identity stays unknown. Now, as for why this camp exists, he went on, outlining Camp Half-Blood's purpose and telling Arjun he'd be staying in Cabin 11. That's cool, I guess, Arjun murmured. He didn't push it. If his mother wanted him to know, she'd claim him eventually. 11 years earlier. Please, father. I know my oath. But what happened wasn't my choice. It was Aphrodite's trickery. Artemis pleaded, bowing before Zeus. I know, Zeus said. Aphrodite told me when your immortality flickered. Fortunately, I have a solution. Artemis lifted her head. Anything. Only Aphrodite, you, and I know what happened. And it will stay that way. His tone sharpened. You will not look at the child. You will not speak of him. We will say you are on a secret mission at my command. If he survives long enough, we can arrange for another deity to claim him or simply ignore him. The choice is yours. He didn't need to say which choice he expected. Artemis nodded. She felt nothing for the boy she'd given birth to. If the child had been a girl, maybe she would have felt something. But a boy? She doubted she ever could. This is your cabin. Make yourself at home, Luke Castellan said as he opened the door to Cabin 11. I'll swipe some basics from the camp store to get you started. The place was packed. Arjun stepped inside and couldn't help wishing he could talk to Sam one more time, maybe once summer break started. Arjun, how dare you ignore your only friend? He jerked at the voice and turned to see Sam. Except, Sam had hooves and was shirtless, and definitely not a girl. Sam, Arjun walked straight back out of the cabin. Sam grinned and spun around. Pretty good disguise, right? I've always been more comfortable pretending to be a girl. Arjun stared at him, stunned. His only friend, the one person he trusted, wasn't just part of this mythological world. He wasn't even the gender Arjun thought he was. W, what are you doing here? And, are you a fawn? It's called a satyr, Sam corrected. Luke, I'm taking him on a tour. We'll be back by dinner. Luke looked relieved. Thanks. I really want to finish this level. He disappeared back inside with his video game. Sam looped an arm around Arjun's shoulder as they walked. So, how do you like camp? Pretty awesome, right? Do you know how many times I almost slipped and told you you were a demigod every time you complained in English class? He kept rambling while dragging Arjun to the canoe lake. Want to try canoeing? The nymphs here are hot. Arjun sighed. Even if Sam had pretended to be a girl, his personality was exactly the same. Energetic, chaotic, and way too comfortable talking about inappropriate things. They toured the rock wall, where Arjun immediately saw a kid get blasted by lava and mentally checked it off his avoid forever list. The arena, the beach, the forge, the armory, the amphitheater, and the strawberry fields. That's Annabeth, Sam whispered as they passed a blonde girl fighting a tall, muscular camper. We don't talk anymore. I got caught looking up her skirt. Arjun stared at him. You're 11. Try 30. Satyr's age weird. Eventually, they ended up near the big house, where a man in a loud Hawaiian shirt was sipping Diet Coke. Oh, great. Another one. You must be the new camper. Andrew, he muttered. It's Arjun, sir. Like silver. And are you Dionysus? Arjun asked. Yes, yes. Aren't you observant? Dionysus waved his hand. Either come play Pinnacle or stop blocking my view. A chime rang across the camp. Sam cursed. Dinner time. Let's get you back. Arjun wanted to ask Dionysus if he knew who his mother was, but his stomach growled too loudly to argue. The Hermes cabin streamed out toward the outdoor dining area. What if it rains? Arjun asked. A boy next to him flipped Arjun's underwear into the air and tossed it back. Weather only comes in if the camp allows it. I'm Connor. Be careful. Everyone here's a thief. Arjun blushed and slipped his underwear back on. He watched campers scrape food into the fire. When he copied Luke, the boy behind him leaned in. For newbies, you're supposed to say your dream out loud, with hallelujah at the end. I'm Travis, by the way. Arjun nodded, stepped forward, and bowed his head. Mother, I wish to know who you are. Hallelujah. Silence. Then laughter. Connor and Travis were doubled over. Oh, sorry. Arjun muttered, face burning. He ate quickly and slipped out, not wanting to sit in a crowded space. Outside, he breathed in the cold air. Whoever you are, please claim me soon. I want to meet you. He whispered the words up to the sky before returning for announcements. They dismissed for the night, and Arjun finally climbed into a bunk. He didn't know it yet, but a certain blonde girl now had her eyes on him. Can you please stop watching me? Arjun asked the blonde girl he had seen yesterday as the Hermes cabin made their way to the mess hall. She'd come up suddenly when they left and had talked to Luke for a while, though it was blatantly obvious who her real target was. She had continuously glanced back at him, however, making him slightly uncomfortable. This girl's name was Annabeth, a child of Athena and also one of the older campers here. I'm not watching you, just thinking about something. Is your godly parent a woman or man? Given the chance to not have to be secretive, she immediately came to his side and started asking questions about him and his life. Arjun didn't answer and stayed silent the whole way until they cut off and went to their respective tables. Finally given space, he smiled as he ate simple Cheerios for breakfast and started his first official day of camp. There were many things he wanted to try and learn that he now had access to at camp, including the different languages like Greek and Latin. What are you going to do first? Sam said, walking up and following his line of sight to the archery range where the Apollo cabin had started to line up at. HM, you want to do archery? I mean, good luck, man. Sam wished him luck and walked away toward the pond to watch the water nymphs. I would like to try, Arjun said, walking up to one of the Apollo kids. He just nodded and handed him a bow and a straw arrow, beckoning him to shoot the free target. As Arjun stepped up, he felt everything in the background disappear. It was just him, the bow, and the target. Arjun was so focused that he didn't notice his eyes glowing silver as he pulled back the bowstring and let go, letting the arrow fly towards his target. Wish. A straw arrow glowing slightly with silver radiance burst forward and hit the target right on the bullseye before destroying it completely. Arjun breathed out as everyone appeared in his mind again and looked at the target in shock. Sorry, Arjun said, handing the bow to the shocked Apollo kid, who absent-mindedly took the bow as Arjun ran off, but not without being seen by a certain blonde. Throughout the day, Arjun tried several other things. After the archery incident, he decided to stay away from things like that and started off with blacksmithing. Needless to say, he was complete shit at it. His first time swinging the hammer, he almost killed Beckendorf, who quickly let him out of the forge, saying, "There are more things to try, do those first. Maybe come back. Or don't." He had then tried to race the Dryads, who completely dusted him. They tried to encourage him by pointing out they'd been running away from gods for millennia, but it didn't help his morale much. After all, he'd basically been beaten by a bunch of old trees. Finally, Arjun had come to the rock wall and decided to try it. He fell within the first 20 seconds of climbing. Nothing crazy even happened, just normal climbing had made him tired, and he fell from the 7-foot mark. He thought it couldn't get any worse. Seems he was wrong, as he was now hanging by his underwear on a tree, courtesy of the 6-foot child of Ares Clarice. He had bumped into her, making her already crappy mood go in a mega evolution and lash out at him, stringing him up on the closest thing and leaving him defenseless on the entrance to the forest. At least he wasn't deep enough for any little monsters to come. "Will you finally talk to me?" Annabeth said, appearing in front of him with a blue baseball cap in her hands as Arjun stared down at her, still hanging from his underwear. "Okay, whatever, just let me down," Arjun said, making her smile victoriously and help cut off the hanging part of his underwear. Arjun fell face first into the ground, but at least he was free. "Okay," Arjun said, dusting himself off and looking at Annabeth. "What do you want to talk about? You're the one, aren't you?" Annabeth immediately wasted no time and asked Arjun. Arjun just stayed silent, not knowing what she was talking about. "You know, usually people would clarify. I'm not as smart as you and can figure out everything," Arjun said, turning around and walking back towards camp. Annabeth followed him and shrugged, as if it was obvious he wasn't as smart as her. "I heard them talking about a missing lightning bolt. You know, like Zeus's bolt, if it's really missing, then they'll issue out a quest. And it can't be a coincidence that you just show up," Annabeth said. She was convinced he was the one that she would get a quest with. Well, she thought every new person would be the one. "What?" Arjun jumped in shock, hearing this highly confidential secret. This was the first time even hearing something about stealing godly weapons. How would they even do that? He learned about 2.5 seconds later that they usually went to Olympus during the winter solstice, and also that the gods seemed tense the last time they went, which was only a few days ago. "Look, I'm not some important person. I'm just normal. I'll pretend that you didn't tell me this crazy, probably highly classified and dangerous information." Arjun then shook his head and left her standing there in the middle of the camp, going back to the Hermes cabin for some rest. "So, how's camp?" Sam asked on the way to dinner. Arjun sighed and looked up at the moon before bringing his head down and smiling at his friend. "It's good so far. What's this capture the flag thing we're doing tomorrow?" Sam smiled as they got their plates and let out a yawn before answering. He'd had a hard day of peeping and had been beaten by at least 12 different Dryads. It's exactly what it sounds like. 2 teams fight each other and capture the other team's flag. This will be your first time. You should probably be careful. Sam nodded and went to the table where the satyrs sat and left Arjun to go to the Hermes cabin. Now, with the time to think back on the day's events, Arjun recalled the archery incident, mainly because of the Apollo kids pointing at him and whispering to each other. It had been strange, as if there were no other people there. He simply felt focused at the time and let go of the string. He knew he'd most likely hit the target, but he never thought about the arrow destroying it. This brought up the question, who could his mother be? Meanwhile, in a forest, Artemis was trying hard to ignore the kid she'd secretly been watching for 11 years. She saw each time he was beaten by the man she hated more than anything. She never did anything, however. Getting caught checking on him would be bad enough, but interfering, she would be followed by a severe punishment. Though she never felt anything, it was still unpleasant seeing a child being beaten, given her divinity of childbirth. She already knew that she was hanging by a thread. With her broken pledge, she'd been turned mortal for over a month before finally getting back to Olympus and getting it back due to Zeus's interference. That was supposed to be it. She never had plans to watch the child, but there was something about him that made her feel weird inside. She didn't understand it, so she simply kept watching. When seeing him hit the target earlier today, she didn't know how to feel, but subconsciously she felt pride at the fact her so-dash, no the boy, can't think like that, had shown up each of the Apollo kids at archery. When he looked up, she stopped watching. It seemed he could subconsciously feel her. Hopefully, she wouldn't get caught. After all, she nearly claimed him during the archery incident. Something she still couldn't understand in her mind, why she would even think of doing this. Wait, Luke, I don't think this is the greatest idea, Arjun said, looking down at his clumsy-looking armor and the sword in his hand. He'd specifically avoided any combat-type classes and didn't expect for Annabeth and Luke to force him to participate in this dangerous game of capture the flag. Look, man, Chiron already told me to get you ready for combat experiences. This is just normal for a demigod, Luke said, shrugging and running to the front as Sam came up, looking him up and down. Wow, you look PFT. Sam started laughing at Arjun's expense as Arjun started to get more and more annoyed at the events of today. Yeah. Rub it in. Why aren't you ready? You're playing right. Arjun suddenly widened his eyes as he saw the expression on his friend's face. It seemed that Sam would be leaving him to the scary demigods. Hey, good luck today. I'm going to go peek in on the Aphrodite girls, Sam yelled out loudly, drawing the attention of Arjun's team. Arjun stepped away and joined the crowd as Sam left with a perverted smile on his face. Arjun sighed and looked around at his team that was mixed between the Hermes, Athena, and the Apollo cabins. The other team was Ares and the other cabins in them. You aren't going to use a bow? Annabeth asked, walking up to him. Perhaps due to her asking personal questions, he had gotten a bit more comfortable with her than other people. He noted this when he didn't feel uncomfortable talking to her. He had been like that for years, but maybe with the fear of his father coming to him gone, he could finally get over any trauma he had and make some more friends besides Sam. This was another reason why, instead of ignoring her, he turned to her with an awkward smile. I never used a bow before, just once, and it didn't go well. I guess I'm not cut out for it, Arjun replied to her. This wasn't his real thoughts, however. He had felt it when using the practice bow. He felt right at home using it, more comfortable than he'd ever felt with another weapon before, but he'd never tell anyone this after destroying their stuff. He didn't have money to pay for damages. Right. Well, I want you to guard the flag. I have a plan, and Luke's on board. Good luck. Annabeth put on her magical baseball cap and disappeared as Arjun stood there seeing his team run deeper into the woods. Would have been nice to have a magical gift of my own, but whatever, Arjun muttered as he looked at their red flag that he would need to protect with two other people he recognized from his cabin. In the forest, Luke and the rest of the team were just met with the other team. Immediately engaging in battle, Luke hit an Ares kid with the flat of his blade as the rest started to fight as well. Luke engaged in battle with one of the Ares kids and kicked forward to distract them and hit them in the head with the pommel of his sword as an invisible Annabeth took out another one that was going to attack from behind. Her magical cap was amazingly useful for these types of things. Really, it was useful for anything, but in combat, it gave her a severe advantage against her opponents. This, packed with her mastery of using her dagger and other weapons, made her one of the top-ranked demigods in camp. This was even admitted by Clarice, an incredibly prideful girl. Let's go ahead. Clarice just snuck by to get the flag. We need to hurry, Annabeth said in Luke's ear, and he nodded before running forward and hitting the other team out of the way. Have you guys played before? Can you tell me what to expect? Arjun asked a neighboring girl. Just don't get hurt and guard the flag. Name's Megan, by the way. Megan, as the other guy looked around at the tress, expecting for the other team to rush in and take them down any second. Arjun, so Hermes seems like a cool dad, huh? Arjun asked awkwardly. This was his attempt at gaining friends. A pretty shitty attempt in normal terms, but at least he asked a valuable question. No, Hermes isn't my father. Actually, my mother is Hecate, but we don't have cabins for the minor gods. I was lucky to even get claimed by her. Megan replied to his question. Turning away, she started to guard the flag, seriously knowing that it had been enough time for the other team to come. Arjun tensed up as well between these two serious competitors. He wasn't sure what to expect, but the way they were acting, he was now very worried for himself. He didn't have much combat experience except getting the crap beat out of him. Not just by his dad, but customers and bosses that he used to know working various jobs to fund his dad's alcohol addiction. Russell, The three demigods turn around to see two people who were obviously on the other team since they had the blue plume on their helmets walk out of some bushes with swords drawn. "Give us the flag. We have people all around you. You lost," the one in front said as a bigger person came out behind them. Seeing who it was, Arjun tightened his grip on the sword he'd been given and looked up at Clarice. Immediately, Arjun felt his heart rate speed up at the sight of this scary beast. Arjun looked to the side, seeing the others with squinted eyes, as if they were going to fight. Arjun then looked back at Clarice as she smirked. Ines stood forward confidently. "There are Apollo kids in the trees. Wait, I know you," Clarice smiled, widely showing her disgusting teeth as she caught the sight of Arjun's cowering figure. He was already scared of her, especially since she was superior in every way, but he also wasn't confident in using a sword in battle, something he'd never done before. He would have been more comfortable with something to throw, knowing he wouldn't miss his target. Strip and jump in the stream," Clarice yelled. She didn't really hate him, but she just felt like humiliating someone today, especially since she'd already had an encounter with him. Megan lunged forward with a dagger drawn and slashed at one of the kids, starting the battle as two arrows came down from the trees. The boy that was with them slashed them out of the air and elbowed the other Ares child while Arjun looked at Clarice. He knew he couldn't beat her, but with the others fighting, he needed to do something. Arjun turned around and ran in the opposite direction as Clarice unhooked her spear and held it in a ready position, following after him and gaining speed until eventually plowing into him, knocking the air out of his lungs as he hit the dirt hard. Clarice stabbed down with her spear to threaten him. She wouldn't go so far as to kill him, but maiming would be fine. The worst they'd do is take away her dessert privileges. Snap! A large commotion came from the side as Luke came running, chased by the other team with a blue flag. Arjun saw that Clarice was distracted by the unexpected event and rolled over before slamming his small shield into her spear, knocking it away. Arjun regretted this decision as his arm went numb and Clarice refocused on him, kicking him in the gut and blocking Luke's way to their territory. She most likely would have taken the flag back if not for her hair being pulled by the other blonde, Annabeth. She was currently invisible, and it was enough to get Clarice out of Luke's way. Suddenly, Arjun saw an arrow flying towards Luke's hand, and seconds later it pierced him, causing him to let go of the flag and giving the other team a chance to grab it. Grab it they did. As they ran in the opposite direction, Luke cursed and picked up his dropped sword, running after them as Clarice grabbed their flag and ran into the bushes. Seeing this, Arjun grabbed a nearby fallen bough from one of the knocked-out Apollo kids and knocked a snapped arrow in the bowstring. There was again the feeling of being completely at home. He felt safe, and he knew he would miss. "May my mother give me strength." He thought in his head a small prayer to whoever his mother was as his eyes glowed silver, and he let go of the bowstring. Crack! The snapped arrow flew forward at an impossible speed and hit the tree that Clarice was running past. On impact, the tree trunk exploded from the enhanced force from the arrow, and Clarice widened her eyes, feeling the air pressure blow her to the side into another tree face first. Instead of running away and not wanting anyone to see, he ran forward, grabbing the flag as he knocked it in the already snapped bough and pulled back, shooting the large flag straight towards the Ares kid who had the opponent's flag. As it hit his arm, the Ares child screamed in pain as Luke caught the thrown blue flag and smiled before running back and winning the game for them all. He glanced in Arjun's direction in thanks before stopping, seeing the golden sun with 21 rays made of arrows over his head. The Apollo kid smiled while Chiron, Mr. D, Sam, and Arjun all looked at it in confusion. Wasn't his mother supposed to be the godly parent? Arjun squinted his eyes as thunder rumbled overhead. "Apollo, why would you claim a random child?" Zeus yelled out to the relaxed Apollo. Artemis had actually told her twin about the events with Aphrodite. Apollo had gone to Aphrodite with the intent to give her a piece of his mind. Instead, she was given a piece of his dick. When he'd come back, Artemis was secretly watching the child that had come out of her, and seeing him in camp half-blood wielding a bow, Apollo got the idea to claim him. It was close enough, right? Artemis had smacked him, and now Zeus was lividly screaming at him in anger, all while he cleaned his lyre. Apollo didn't see the problem, until Zeus pointed out that he wasn't a girl. We can use the excuse that I turned into a girl at the time, if it's such a big deal. Apollo countered as Zeus rubbed his temples and waved his stupid son off. This child is already causing me so many problems, Zeus said before feeling a pair of hands around his neck. What's wrong? Are you cheating on me again? Hera asked, glaring as he shook his head and disappeared in a flash of lightning to his chambers. He needed some relaxation time. In Camp Half-Blood, Arjun was seated in front of Chiron and Mr. D, as they talked about how things would progress. You will live with them from now on. Make sure to train hard, Chiron said and nodded his head as Mr. D drank from a Diet Coke can. When Arjun had come back to get his things from the Hermes cabin, he was greeted with congratulations and jealousy at getting claimed so quickly. But Arjun had a few thoughts. Apollo wasn't his mother. Even if he had changed into a woman, he knew this instinctually. It just didn't feel right when he thought about it. He wasn't sure what was going on, but for some reason, Apollo had claimed him instead of his mother. Begging the question, who was his mother? Arjun had these thoughts as he walked up to the 7th cabin of the 12 and breathed out in relief, seeing his new cabin mates greet him without any hate. He thought they would hold a grudge because of the past encounter at the archery range, and also today when they'd lost against the team he was on. Welcome to the Apollo cabin. You have a nice shot. Lee Fletcher, the counselor of the Apollo cabin, said with a bright smile as he pointed to an empty bunk. That's yours. No one else sleeps there yet. Maybe you'll have a bunkmate eventually. Arjun smiled at the friendliness and at getting his own bunk. Sure, it had only been a couple of days in the Hermes cabin, but he was rather sick of sleeping in a crowded space with all those demigods. Thanks. I'm glad to be here. Brothers and sisters, Arjun said awkwardly. He had the suspicion that they weren't his brothers and sisters, but it would be weird if he didn't at least act like they were. He could be wrong, but he felt he wasn't. He had one hope, though, that his mother would make herself known, maybe not for becoming a family, but at the very least for him to know her. In the big house, Chiron was gathering papers and notes he'd taken on Percy Jackson from the Yancey Academy. He hoped that he'd be here soon. With being a demigod, things could get dangerous. Chiron had a suspicion that Percy Jackson was actually a son of one of the big three, and if he was right then, he was sure Zeus would blame him for the stolen lightning bolt. Especially if he was Poseidon's son. Creak. Chiron looked back, seeing the Oracle of Delphi rolling down. Confused, he rolled forward in his wheelchair and pushed change to his horse form to push it back up the stairs. Is there a prophecy? It couldn't be. Chiron shook his head and put the Oracle back in her place. He would worry about this tomorrow when the one he thought it was for woke up. Chiron took one last glance at the Oracle before turning away and leaving the attic. As Arjun was sitting with his new cabin mates, he couldn't help but smile a little at the friendliness of each of them. This wasn't something he was used to, so it threw him off guard seeing so many people randomly being nice to him. From the Apollo kids, he learned many more things in the span of breakfast time than he'd learned in being in the actual camp. One example being the hierarchy type things here, or just how people got along in general. Aphrodite cabin was known for breaking hearts. Ares cabin was known for their violence. And Apollo cabin was known for healing and archery. These were just the basics, as there were tons more to cover. When they were going to continue, Annabeth ran up and tapped his shoulder, getting his attention instantly. Chiron wants you to come to the big house. He says it's very important, so you should go now, Annabeth said, and then went to sit with her cabin, curious about what Chiron wanted when summer had just started. Arjun said bye to his cabin mates and walked over to the big house in slight fear, thinking he'd done something to anger Chiron or Mr. D, two people he'd rather not anger since they were in charge of this camp and his new home. You wanted to see me, sir? Arjun asked Chiron, who was seated in his wheelchair like normal when he was in the big house. Chiron nodded at him to acknowledge he was there and then got straight to the point. I want you to test something, Chiron said, to which Arjun just nodded awkwardly. Seeing this, Chiron smiled and turned into his horse form. Go up to the attic, talk to the Oracle. If she talks to you, then I was right, Chiron said and pointed toward the stairs. Arjun just nodded, not knowing anything about this Oracle, but wanted to finish this quickly and hopefully not mess it up. Chiron, this doesn't seem like a beautiful Oracle like I read in the myths. Arjun said as he saw the mummy in the corner of the attic, looking creepy and causing his heart to start pounding out of fear. He heard a chuckle from Chiron before it stopped. Obviously not try to hurt the boy's feelings. Just walk up to her. Don't worry, it's safe, Chiron answered. Arjun gulped and walked toward the oracle in fear. As he was within 5 feet, green mist came out of its mouth, and he heard a raspy old voice in his head, even though the oracle wasn't actually moving its mouth. Come, child, hear your destiny. The raspy voice reached his ears, making him shiver as he took one more step forward, hoping this was close enough. By winter's breath, 3 shall wake. One of magic, one of sun, and one child who cannot be named. Find the ancients' objects they must. Before the shadows, true of dust, turn the sands of the clock. His umbra will dark the world. If the child of silver can't prevail, then his life is forfeit. /N. This prophecy was brought to you by Cornbringer. If it's shit, then blame him. The oracle then stopped and went back to its normal stature as Arjun was wondering what just happened. The words obviously meant something, and that last line made him shudder for some unknown reason. As he came down the stairs, Chiron looked over curiously. So, did she tell you a prophecy? He asked as Arjun realized what was going on. She did. I won't have to go, will I? Arjun asked, finally realizing what a prophecy meant. Annabeth had already informed him of the ways of how quests work. First, it started with getting a prophecy, then 2 other people would have to go with whoever the prophecy was for, and then they'd travel and finish the quest, except, wasn't this too vague? The prophecy that Arjun had been told was mostly riddles for God's sake. And Arjun didn't like the fact it said child of silver. 2 others were there, and he was neither. Child of magic? Nope. Child of sun? He didn't think so. So was he supposed to be the child of silver? And if he was, then was he bound to fail in whatever they were supposed to do? And just who was silver supposed to be? Or if he failed, he died? Why? What could be so dangerous? Umbra dark the world. Who could that be? Shadows of dust? And isn't his name Silver anyway? Is that what she meant? There was too much to cover for him. Arjun started to freak out. He was getting ahead of himself and didn't even hear what Chiron was saying. I thought so. It seems the oracle has issued another quest. Arjun. Arjun shook his head and looked up. Yes, Chiron. Chiron glanced over at his pale face and inwardly sighed. It was now obvious that Arjun knew as well, but Chiron needed to hear the prophecy details. Could you tell me about the prophecy? I could help you decipher it to the best of my ability. Arjun started to sweat slightly as he remembered the contents of the prophecy the oracle had issued to him, and he still hadn't figured out all that it meant. Arjun retold the prophecy until pausing at the last 2 lines. He felt it wouldn't be smart to tell him. That was it. Is there anything else, sir? I have archery with my cabin mates. Chiron could tell he was hiding something, but didn't push him and nodded, letting him go as he started to think of the contents of the prophecy issued to Arjun. It was obvious that for some reason the oracle either thought Arjun was falsely claimed or that Arjun was the chit of the sun in the prophecy, but obviously didn't usually happen in prophecies, so he quickly tried to check every variable. He knew prophecies often had many meanings, so he'd try and do his best so Arjun wouldn't be completely in the dark in his inevitable quest that he'd have to take, even if he didn't know it yet. Chiron wasn't sure about ancient objects, but if he had to guess where it would be, there were only 2 places. One wasn't practical. It would take months, maybe even years for that place. And the second was the most dangerous land in the world, so dangerous the humans had even been able to tell it was weird around that area. Arjun looked at his target and let an arrow fly. This time it landed perfectly fine, without breaking anything, making him smile at this small display of control he'd been able to get over this weird power over the bow. Nice, seems you won't break all our targets today, Lee said jokingly as Arjun set the bow down and stretched before walking away to his next activity for the day. I didn't want to do this. Lee forced me, he said to a smirking Clarice who was standing in front of him in the arena for wrestling. Before he could even move, he was already pinned and twisted like a pretzel, feeling his spine nearly give out from the much bigger girl. Don't get cocky just for that little win in the forest, punk, she whispered and spat on the floor next to him as he saw Lou come in with the Hermes cabin. Sore practice? Can I join? Arjun asked Luke, who just nodded as they set a cooler down and then started some drills. It took only 5 seconds to realize that swordsmanship wasn't his thing. One swing, and he accidentally stabbed Travis in the foot. This would have been good if not for the fact they were simply unsheathing swords right now. Kicked out of the practice, and lonely Arjun lay on the beach and looked at the sky as someone came up. "Hey," Megan said, sitting down next to him. She didn't practice with the sword anyway. She was actually studying magic, the main power of the 3 children of Hecate that had been claimed. Arjun had ignored it mostly before because of the hastiness of his claim, but the gods were really lax on showing affection to their children, even more so than normal parents that he'd seen neglect children, but at least they tried to make up for it. The gods simply watched and let things happen without caring if their children were hurt or what they were doing at all, something that Arjun didn't feel so great about. "Hey, long day?" he asked as the sun started to set, and Megan just nodded, lying next to him as well. She didn't care about things like friends, even though Arjun was trying his hardest to do it. Seeing this, she just decided to hang out with him instead of ignoring him like she did others that tried to become her friend or other things. As a 13-year-old, she only had 5 more years of camp left before going out into the real world, something she couldn't wait for after being stuck in camp since 9 years old, and only getting claimed around 2 months ago. At the start of winter, which is actually the same time Arjun's dad's trial had finished, freeing him. "How do you like camp so far?" Megan decided to try and break the awkwardness that Arjun was emitting by looking right at her as she started in the sky, ignoring the ravens that seemed to be looking down on him interestedly. In the next second, they were gone, as if vanishing into thin air. "It's good. Not really what I expected from a camp of demigods, but good. Hey, do you ever look up the sky, feeling that maybe your mom is watching?" Arjun suddenly asks, looking toward the rising moon as the sun starts to set. Megan watched the sky as well before shaking her head. "No, I don't think she'd be watching. Out of all her kids she must have. There's no way." It went silent after her words until they both decided to call it a day and leave the beach back to the actual camp. For the next week, without Arjun worrying about the prophecy, he started to get used to camp and fighting as well. He didn't immediately die on the rock wall, nor did he give up on ancient Greek, which he studied with Annabeth, and surprisingly, Megan. She had come up and asked to help teach him, something he had agreed on. He'd even gotten in trouble this week, mostly because of Sam. Sam had brought him to the showers. Little did he know that it was actually the girls' showers that Sam had brought him to. He had had a hard time apologizing on his knees to an angry Silena Beauregard and other girls who didn't believe him at first that he was tricked. Luckily, they found Sam trying to hide on the roof while he was chuckling at his misfortune. All in all, a nice normal week at camp. That is until Chiron called him to the big house today and told him he needed to go on a quest. Now, I'm not entirely sure about the locations, but your best bet is the Sea of Monsters. You can't find a dash. Before Chiron could finish, Arjun shook his head. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. And if you mean the prophecy, then no. It doesn't feel right for this. Sea of Monsters, sir. It doesn't feel like it." Arjun looked at the map as his eyes glowed a subtle silver and illuminated it. Seeing the lines, and then a large circle around a place he didn't recognize, he pointed on the map, surprising Chiron. "In Greece? That's quite a far journey for a simple quest of finding something. And it would be very dangerous. Arjun, are there more lines that specify the prophecy?" Chiron asked, looking at Greece, which Arjun was pointing to. He didn't see the silver lines, nor did he notice the glint of silver in his eye. Arjun denied it, as the silver light disappeared from the map. "What was that? I need to find out what these things that keep happening to me mean," he thought to himself as he finally realized what was going on. "You want me to go on a quest?" Arjun asked in confusion. He hadn't connected what Chiron had been trying to get him ready for in these few minutes. But now that he had, he was confused. From what Annabeth had said, there hadn't been a quest issued since Luke had been scratched by some dragon. It didn't make sense for Chiron to suddenly issue him a quest. Did it? "I believe this is necessary. A prophecy shouldn't be ignored after being issued. I hope you understand. Besides, finding something won't be too difficult. I'm more worried about this person that darkens the world," Chiron said to Arjun, who nodded and lowered his head. "So, what now?" Arjun asked before Chiron chuckled. Don't worry, you should have a week or so in camp. Have fun, and I believe that the other members need to be a fellow Apollo child, and also a child at Hecate. Make your picks, and try to keep it from Annabeth. She won't appreciate being left out. Arjun nodded and went to start his last couple of weeks of camp before he inevitably went on his quest. These last few weeks would be crucial for him to train and get his quest mates, some of which Chiron was already looking into. 1 month. This was the amount of time Chiron agreed to give him for training in Camp Half-Blood. Originally, Chiron wanted him to go as soon as possible, but after much refusing and arguing and stalling, saying he hadn't learned all he needed to know, Arjun was given 1.5 months to train at Camp Half-Blood. So his first goal for the month had been learning what else he could do with these strange abilities he had. With this mindset, he started training his most obvious one he'd known about for years. "You never miss. Why still train?" Sam asked at 3 a.m. as they were in the woods. He had permission from Chiron to not have a bedtime. Night was the only time he could train fully without needing to worry about someone catching him and asking too many questions. Arjun didn't know why, but every time he thought about the quest, he felt uneasy. Chiron shared the same sentiment and told him to keep it a secret until he leaves, not only for his morale, but also to keep Annabeth from asking to go along. "I need to train. I've only told you that I'm training for a quest. I still haven't thought of who to bring. I don't even know if I want to go on this quest." Arjun sighed as he unslung his bow before throwing 9 quivers full of arrows to the side. Sam also sighed as he threw a bag full of different-sized targets and threw one up in the air as fast than Sam could tell. Arjun had drawn his bow and an arrow and released it, hitting the target and sticking it to a tree. This went on for 1 week. Every night, after a full day of eventful training and activity that was usually random, Arjun brought Sam to shoot targets. It became obvious that he'd already reached the point of mastery for archery. Arjun had only wanted to get a feel for the bow, a weapon he never used until that day at the archery range. After that week, Arjun then tried to figure out the weird silver line power, something he'd barely found out about recently, and had also caught his attention. This hadn't been so hard, as he tried it the same way he'd felt when finding the location of his quest, finding something. He just had someone hide something and try to find it. Sure enough, the silver lines led him all the way to the object, making him certain this was an ability for tracking things, something that could prove useful if he used it correctly. He trained it for another 2 weeks, getting the feel and eventually able to find small items with his eyes closed, following the feel of the lines that showed the way. His month ended with the silver energy training, something he had no idea how to train, and so 2 weeks were wasted on him shooting off arrows and having the energy blow up the targets and the arrows. He tried as best as he could to control the energy to be smaller and less damaging or more damaging, but it never worked. It was always set to the same, causing him to give up with only 2 weeks left before he went on his quest. "I have seen your diligence and applaud your efforts. Now, I have found 2 candidates for your questmates. One you already know, and after a small explanation has already agreed to it, quite eagerly I might add. The other, you'll need to convince yourself, though it shouldn't be too hard to convince your own cabin mate." Chiron told Arjun as 2 weeks were left to train. Over the month he'd become average at combat, not being beaten as quickly when fighting everyone, and even beating a few of the less strength-based demigods, as well as the newer ones. All in all, he was still bad at fighting. Though he knew given a bow he could beat them all, and he never truly was beaten either. After the beatings he'd been given, he could take its better, something that annoyed Clarice a great deal, making her use even more power during their light spars, even breaking a rib at one point. Luckily, there had been ambrosia to heal it up, though Arjun hadn't really cared about it. The other questmate, or the child of magic, was Megan. She'd been his first choice anyway, probably what influenced Chiron to pick her. Megan was still one of his only friends that he hung out with regularly. He hung out with Luke and the Stoll brothers, along with Lee Fletcher at times, but Sam, Annabeth, and Megan were the only ones he ever hung out with regularly, on a daily basis. This didn't matter, though, as the candidate that Chiron had pointed him towards was actually Lee, someone who he hung out with sometimes, and got along with, of course. "Hey, Lee, can I ask you a favor?" Arjun asked awkwardly as Megan watched with a palm on her forehead at his weird way of speaking to others. It was like he was always tense or scared of something when talking to others. She had gotten used to it, but that didn't mean she didn't see it as any less weird. After a month of friendship, she really only knew what he had told her. His parent, something Arjun had used because he didn't want to reveal that his godly parent was supposed to be his mother, had hit him before, causing him to be slightly introverted. This was the extent of her knowledge. This made her share less about herself, or rather how she usually felt, and why she was mainly ignored at camp, something Arjun didn't know the reason of. "Sure, what's up, man?" Lee asked as he swiped his wet, sweaty hair to the side, due to just finishing archery practice along with a game of volleyball. "See, I was wondering if—" Arjun stopped talking as he was about to ask, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. "When was the last time I asked for something?" Arjun thought as the pounding grew louder and his vision started to go blurry. After Arjun's first day of school, at 7 years old, he felt for the first time how life outside the trailer or the parlor was. "Dad!" Everyone in class was so cool. Arjun yelled out as he dropped his backpack and started doing his chores. First was the bathroom, then the kitchen, then the bedrooms, then everything else that needed to be cleaned. After finishing, Arjun, for the first and last time in his life, did something he'd never done before. "Dad, can I see Mommy?" Arjun asked Led after finishing cleaning and finding an old half-burned picture of his father and his mother. Arjun's father, who had just quietly ignored him while drinking, opened his eyes wide as he looked over at Arjun in disgust. "You want to see your mother?" Arjun's father stood up, throwing a glass bottle to the side and walking over. Arjun, knowing things would get worse, threw the picture to the side and backed up quickly with an almost pleading look on his face. "And no, Dad, sorry I dash." Smack! Arjun fell to the ground as he held his face and his father stood over him. "You want to see your mother, huh? Well, she don't want you." Arjun's father yelled out and kicked Arjun back, stomping him onto the ground. "She don't love you. She never has. She never will. You made her leave you, trash." After a few more seconds of shouting and beating Arjun, his father blew out a small breath and walked away. "Fix your sorry ass up." "No school. I could get in trouble." "We don't want that, do you?" Arjun shook his head as he held his side. He didn't go to school for almost a month, causing teachers to eventually show up. In desperation before they came, Arjun's father forced him to jump off a building to hide the fact he was injured, giving the school an excuse to not come or find out if anything strange was happening. "He wants you to go with us," Megan, who had seen Arjun's pause and discomfort, quickly stepped in and put an arm around his shoulder as she explained to Lee. She'd been able to roughly guess the problem, though she didn't know the extent of it. If she'd known how Arjun had been treated for years, who knows how she'd react. Lee, after being filled in, quietly sat in the woods with the other two. Arjun, who was now fine and leaning against a tree trunk, and Megan, who was glancing over with worry at some points during this silent thinking period. She had only known Arjun for a month or so, not really enough time to truly call him a friend, yet she did it anyway. She never had a friend before, so having someone to actually care about brought a weird feeling to fall upon her. Something she could only place as concern. "I'll do it. We have 2 weeks, right? You guys will need a healer. I'm not as good with the bow, but I'm confused as to why you need me," Lee said, looking at Arjun, who was seemingly out of it as he looked down at his hands in deep thought. Hearing Lee's words, however, brought him back to reality. He knew he had to be the leader of this expedition, and had already guessed that he had a big part to play in this quest, so he decided to ignore the bad feeling and the trauma his dad had given him. "Because you're the child of the sun, I must be mentioned in there differently, but here's the basics." Arjun explained a brief version of the prophecy without telling them too much that could make them guess he wasn't truly a son of Apollo. "HM, well, I'm in, but these 2 weeks I'll need to prepare. I reckon that Chiron shouldn't care too much about people knowing we're going on a quest now, right? You'll definitely need a new bow that isn't some shitty secondhand. More than any of the others, Lee immediately started planning for the ahead times. He wasn't the type to just jump into things. This quest was sudden, but at least he had time to prepare, something that others might not be able to get. Just like Lee said, that night, Chiron announced their quest to everyone at camp, calling it an important mission but not giving too many specifics. Annabeth was the first to come to Arjun and beg for him to take her, but after mentioning the quest, didn't mention an Athena child. She was less mad about the whole ordeal and began to get him prepared the next morning, starting with extensive combat training, making him take on most of the Athena cabin without his bow. This was important because if he lost his bow, then how would he fight? These were her thoughts as she worked him for more than a week. He also trained with Megan and Lee, who was working on his healing abilities. After finding out they'd be going all the way to Greece, he started trying to get as much real experience as he could. With 1 week left, Arjun was sat with the Apollo kids when something unexpected happened. With a loud roar near the tree, each and every camper made their way to see a car wreck, a satyr being dragged along by a boy, and a woman disappear in golden light. Arjun, without thinking, ran forward towards them. It was obvious these people needed help, so specifically the idiot who was trying to fight one of the most dangerous monsters. This he knew from Annabeth's teachings over the past week. She'd crammed as much Greek myth knowledge she could in a week, and planned to get even more into his skull before he left for his quest. As Arjun stupidly ran into the battle, he tackled the kid who was yelling at the bull monster and caused them to crash to the side just as the Minotaur ran past them, not being able to veer to the side fast enough. "What are you doing? The best place to hit a Minotaur is..." Arjun started to say before helping the kid up and deciding it wasn't the best time to talk. "My name's Arjun, and it looks like we'll die together," Arjun said as the situation finally sunk in. Arjun was very lucky in demigod terms. The fact he had never encountered a monster made him even more inexperienced than newbie demigods, and also caused him to be farther behind. So, as the boy that was next to him ran at the Minotaur with a yell and jumped on its back, Arjun was stuck in place, seeing the sight of the bull trying to buck off this boy that seemed to be around his age. "What am I doing?" Arjun thought as he grabbed a small broken part of the tree trunk and threw it with all his might, the silver energy flowing into it and smashing into the Minotaur's side, just as the boy stabbed into it with its own horn and was bucked off, landing on the ground, unconscious. "Enchiladas!" Arjun heard a voice to the side as a satyr was laying there looking to be in bad shape. Arjun quickly helped it into camp as the boy was dragged toward the big house. He must be important, Arjun thought, not knowing any of the events he would have to go through, and that this Percy Jackson would become one of the people he most resented. "Stalking isn't right, you know," Arjun said, teasing Annabeth a little as she came out from the big house, as she usually did. The kid who had fought the Minotaur, and also now the most famous kid in camp, was still sleeping after the fiasco. "I'm not talking. I'm telling you he's the 1-inch," Annabeth said, sure that Percy Jackson was the one she was waiting for, with talk of Zeus's lightning bolt missing, and also the eerie atmosphere that was around camp nowadays. She was sure they would go on a quest together soon. "So he's awake, right?" Arjun asked, glancing toward the open door of the big house, before shaking his head and walking back with Annabeth. "Yes, he's awake. He'll probably have to talk with Mr. D and Chiron. Then I can talk to him. You know he drools when he sleeps." "Kind of like you," Annabeth said, rambling on as Arjun regretted starting this conversation. "And then maybe we will be regarded as heroes, and maybe I'll be able to build something better dash." Arjun put a hand over Annabeth's mouth as they walked into the pavilion. Annoyed by her rambling, he couldn't listen to her repeat her dreams as well. "You have a good time. Maybe if you hang around the Hermes cabin, you can give your new crush a tour. Just please stop talking. You walking with me is torture enough," Arjun said jokingly as he walked away from the steaming Annabeth. "Luke," Arjun said as he walked into the arena, seeing the son of Hermes standing there with sweat dripping from his chin as he swung his sword. Luke looked over and stopped mid-swing as he walked over to Arjun. "Hey, I was actually looking for someone's ass to kick," Luke said jokingly as Arjun sighed. Like most Apollo kids, he wasn't really good with a sword, though he didn't even need it anyway. There was a weapon that he wanted to try, though, and that was the reason he was here. "I want to learn how to fight with a knife," Arjun said, surprising Luke. Arjun knew that if he lost his bow, hand-to-hand combat wouldn't be enough to fight off monsters or anything else they encountered during their quest. So, he thought if he couldn't use the sword very well, he might as well try a dagger or a small knife. Though a long dagger seemed like a better weapon to him. A knife, huh? You never miss, though. Why use a different weapon? Luke asked, pretending to not know why. He'd already talked with his master about things concerning several people at camp. He hadn't gotten a chance to talk about Arjun or Percy yet, who were newer to camp. After explaining why Arjun was led by Luke to the middle of the arena on the opposite side of Luke with a dagger in his hand. Okay, the best way to learn fast is to actually fight. Fight to kill me. I'll do the same, Luke said as he lunged forward toward the surprised Arjun, who dodged to the right, only getting his cheek grazed by Luke's dagger. Hey, isn't this a little fast? Dash! Arjun yelled out as he had to dodge another swing, only for his throat to be cut, causing him to fall to the ground holding it. Okay, that's enough, Luke said as he gave Arjun some ambrosia and nectar, quickly healing him. We aren't done, though. Take a small break, maybe swing it around. Learn what stance is best for you, Luke said as he walked to the side and drank from a water cup. Your scar, Arjun said as he stood up holding his throat, even though it had healed. You got that in a quest. Are you angry at me, since I'm going on one? Arjun asked the surprised Luke. Luke narrowed his eyes in anger and put his water cup down. Be quiet. If you're ready, then we can continue, Luke said, quickly running at Arjun, who, for the first time, smirked confidently as he kicked his leg out, causing the blood that had dropped to fling into Luke's eyes, blinding him for a second. Arjun then, with a backhand grip, jumped forward, swinging the dagger down on Luke's chest. He'd purposefully gotten Luke angry to make him less dangerous. For a split second, he'd become a hunter. Unfortunately, Luke was an experienced camper and was able to dodge the knife swing before elbowing Arjun in the jaw, knocking him unconscious. Damn, that was a gold move, though it wouldn't work twice, Luke thought to himself as he splashed some water on Arjun, making the boy jump up in shock. That's cold, he yelled as he shivered and looked over at Luke with a sigh. Can we train again tomorrow? He asked, to which Luke nodded as he went back to his sword exercises. Last day, and we have to play capture the flag. Thanks, Percy, Arjun said, sighing as he had armor strapped on wrong, looking over at the boy who was new in Hermes' cabin. What do you mean? It's not my fault, Percy said as he too was wearing wrongly strapped on armor, while holding a sword definitely too big and too heavy for him. He's just scared because he leaves tomorrow, Megan said, slapping the back of Arjun's head, who didn't react as they ran into the woods, without Percy, who was going to guard the flag. If I know Clarice, and trust me I do, she will definitely try and get revenge with her spear after that bathroom incident, Arjun said to Megan, who was etching a drawing into bark using magic. She had been training as well over these times and thought it would be good to have some magic in her arsenal. She'd already gotten semi-harmful magic down, though it wasn't too difficult to think of wanting to hurt someone for her to cast a spell. Is that our problem? He'll be fine. Annabeth always has a plan, right? That's what you always say anyway. You sure you don't like her? Megan asked, teasingly, glancing over at Arjun, who looked at her in shock and covered his face as it turned slightly rosy. No, I don't. She's just a good person and one of my friends. Besides, she's in love with Luke, Arjun said, turning away in order to not get confronted by Megan, something she was very good at doing and making him talk. A few minutes later, after standing around and occasionally beating a few Ares cabin members, Arjun and Megan saw Luke running back to their side as fast as he could while holding the flag. Nice, Luke, Arjun yelled as he and Megan ran, fighting off the pursuers after Luke and ensuring their victory. Just as they crashed through the bushes into their side, Arjun caught the sight of Percy finishing off the Ares kids. Whoa, he's way better than me, Arjun thought as they won the game and finally started to relax. Growling. Everyone's blood ran cold as they heard that soft growl. The atmosphere was instantly eerie, and everyone was frozen as a hellhound came out of the bushes, lowly growling as it had its eyes set on Percy. Move, Percy, Chiron yelled as he slammed a sword against the hellhound, killing it and causing it to crumble to dust just like all other monsters did. Surprisingly, people didn't look scared. Instead, they looked shocked. It only took a single glance to know why, especially since everyone knew that the big three weren't supposed to have children. Above Percy's head was a blue spinning symbol of a trident with 3 prongs. All hail, the son of Poseidon. Chiron said loud enough for people to hear. Well, wish me luck, I guess. Thanks for teaching me. Arjun said, thankful that Annabeth had tried to help him to the best of her ability. Annabeth, still not totally done with her fantasy of going on a quest, nodded and patted his shoulder before leaving as Lee and Megan were stood at the top of the hill, waiting for him along with the hundred-eyed giant, or Argus. Tell Percy not to worry about it. Arjun finished as he reached the top of the hill and looked at the three people. Thanks for giving us a ride to the airport, Argus. It was nice knowing you. Arjun said, bowing his head as Lee and Megan looked at him in shock. Stop jinxing us. We could really die if you believe we will. Megan yelled, slapping the back of his head as Arjun sighed and nodded, hopping into the back of the van with nothing but a small backpack and his bow, concealed by mist, hopefully, if the trick Chiron had taught him worked. Using the mist to hide things was actually easier than he had originally thought, and would also help them not have to worry about mortals in their way. With a full quiver of celestial bronze-tipped arrows, Arjun and the crew made their way to the airport with a goodbye from Chiron and a warning to be careful. What should we expect? Lee asked, looking back at Megan and Arjun, who were looking at a map of Greece so he could know the location to go to. Expect everything. Where are we headed, Arjun? Megan said as Argus drove into the parking lot of the airport. I don't know. I can't really focus right now. I'll try again later, Arjun said as they got out of the car and got their tickets ready, going through security. Using the trick of the most trick that he learned from Chiron, Arjun got in without a problem, and they made it into the plane to the closest location to Greece they could find. It only took a few hours to realize something was wrong. The constant rumbling outside and the occasional glances they received from the lady up front was enough for Arjun to realize she was a monster. Though the rumbling outside was for a different reason. A reason revealed a few seconds later as the entire front of the plane was struck and vaporized by lightning, causing the part they were on to quickly fall down. What the hell? Megan yelled as she snapped awake and saw Arjun hanging onto a seatbelt while holding an unconscious Lee. I can't hold. Dash. Arjun yelled as his hand slipped and Megan jumped out of her seat after taking off the seatbelt, grabbing his hand as they fell through the hole straight down toward the ocean below. Oh, that hurt, Arjun said as he leaned over and looked up to see his friends washed up on the shore. Megan was sat up with her nose bleeding as she coughed sharply, alarming Arjun as he rushed over. You okay? He asked as he supported her, ignoring Lee, who was asleep like a baby after slamming into the top of the airplane roof. Why did that happen? Could be Zeus did it. No. Why would he want to mess up our quest? Arjun quickly shook any thoughts of foul play and assumed it was a coincidence. I'm fine. I used my magic to its limit, making sure we didn't die from the impact of the water. I took more damage than the two of you, though you may have small injuries. Megan said, wincing as she looking down at her bruised side that had her shirt ripped up. All our stuff is gone. Only my bow and your knife are left. Arjun said as his heart started to pound. He had known this quest would go badly. Hell, he'd felt it for the last month and a half. Why had he even gone on this quest? No, he knew why. He hoped his mother would be shown to him here, and maybe she might claim him instead of Apollo, who he was sure couldn't be his father. It's fine. First we need to find shelter before anything else. Help me stand up and we'll take Lee farther up the shore. Megan said, wincing as she stood up with the help of Arjun. Stop moving. 5 ribs are broken, and your leg was snapped completely. Lee said as he sat up groggily, holding his head. Arjun widened his eyes, hearing the extent of Megan's damage. She'd basically sacrificed herself to protect them. How could he not be worried? She'll be fine though, right? You were a healer, Arjun said almost desperately as Lee nodded and stood up, helping Megan by putting her arm over his shoulder and walking farther up the shore away from the ocean and closer to flat ground. I have no ambrosia or nectar, Lee said, sighing as Arjun was sat looking at Megan with worry. Hearing his sentence, however, Arjun quickly stood up. You're kidding, right? We have to find some way to heal her. The rib can pierce her lung. Arjun yelled angrily at Lee, who he thought wasn't trying hard enough to heal one of his friends. How would you know? You aren't even a real child of Apollo according to the prophecy, Lee said as he felt Megan's side to get a better analysis of her body. Taken aback by his words, Arjun gritted his teeth, but didn't say anything as he turned around. Hold on, we were above land, right? I'll find a city or something, and we can get medical supplies. Keep her alive, Arjun said the last part looking at Lee with a forceful expression as he continued walking toward the small length trees that would hopefully lead to a city to help heal Megan. Crap! Once out of earshot of the other two, Arjun yelled and kicked a tree, enraged at the fact that they were already facing setbacks in their quest. Some quest leader I am, Arjun said as he saw a roadside market and ran inside, hoping to find some medical supplies. Welcome to Luna Market. How may we help you? A kid said sitting on the counter as Arjun ignored him and started thrashing around through the aisles. Are you looking for medical supplies? The kid asked, appearing next to Arjun's shoulder. Arjun looked at him wide eyes and grabbed his shoulders. Can you give me some, please? Arjun yelled out desperately as relief flooded throughout his body. The kid led Arjun to the back as he gave him a small box full of bandages and necessary equipment to nurse people back to help. It's free. Mom is very generous, the kid said softly as his eyes were covered by his hair. Tell your mother I said thank you, Arjun said, running out of the roadside station with a smile, not thinking how weird the situation was, nor was he thinking it was quite rare for them to have medical supplies. Mama, he's never had one. We should show him what it's like, right? To have a mother, the kid said, looking toward a woman who was floating as her hair covered her entire front side of her body. The kid smiled crazily as his body turned pale and looked cold, and his clothes were drenched. All around the station, hundreds of kids who were drenched were crawling on the walls and ceiling, looking in the direction that Arjun had just ran off to. 3 of them, the woman said as she flashed forward at impossible speeds. Where did you get these supplies? Lee asked after fixing up Megan and ensuring she'd be fine. He had wrapped her sides and stitched up any open bleeding wounds. There had been alcohol inside the kit as well. It was in a gas station run by. Arjun stopped as he looked to the right, and his voice trailed off. Arjun. He heard the faint sounds as he started walking toward the water in a daze. Mother, Arjun said as his eyes clouded over and he opened his eyes, sitting up in bed. Arjun, it's almost time for school, Arjun's mother said, yelling from the kitchen. Arjun blinked as he heard a womanly voice and walked out of the room. Sorry, Mom, I had a weird dream, he said, looking around and seeing his father getting ready for his new job. It's okay, sweetie, but please try and be more responsible with your time. Now go to school. We're visiting Grandma today, Arjun's mother said as Arjun, slightly confused looking down at his fully dressed body, just nodded and got his backpack. I love you, sweetie, Arjun's mother said, pulling him into a hug as, without him noticing, a tear fell from his eye. Arjun's mother smiled softly as she wiped it off and sent Arjun off to school. Mother, a child said as the illusion was blown away and La Llorona was standing there with her hair down, covering her face as she looked at the slow-walking Arjun who was making his way to the sea. The other two are trying to escape. They need to be punished, the child said with no emotion as La Llorona flashed toward the wood, where Lee was running with Megan in stride as he helped her go through the woods. We can't leave Arjun, Megan yelled as she looked back, seeing the hundreds of children crawling on all fours toward them with their red, glowing eyes shining as if tracking them. If we tried to get him, they would get us. Damn it, how did we even get in this situation? Lee yelled mostly to himself as he was grabbed from his ankle and fell against a trunk and slammed his head against it. Crap, Megan said as the children crawled all over the fallen Lee and dragged his limp body back toward the beach. The rest, looking over and seeing her injured and terrified form, smiled widely as they crawled toward her as well. Not wanting to be dragged away, Megan used all her remaining energy to stand up and run away, all the way until she reached the roadside gas station. Am I safe? Megan said to herself as the lights of the gas station turned off just as she slammed and locked the door. Mother keeps all her children safe, a child said as the lights flickered on and off again, revealing his small drowned form. Stay away, Megan tried to say as the room turned cold and she saw her breath in front of her, indicating how cold it had truly gotten. Mother wants children. Who are you to say no? the child said, stepping forward as Megan stepped back, hitting the wall and desperately grasping anything that could be there. The child continued to walk without any emotion in his expression before the lights flickered once again and disappeared. Megan fell down with her legs shaking and her heart pounding as she saw the lights had once again turned on, and it seemed none of the monsters from earlier were here. Megan, perhaps due to the adrenaline, managed to slowly make her way back to the beach, just in time to see a glowing silvery aura flailing dangerously around a floating Arjun. You want to have everything right. All my pain, all my sorrow. Go ahead and have it. But don't ever impersonate my mother. I'm the son of a dash, Arjun said as Megan blacked out from pain, before Arjun woke up in the real world. Sam, is everything all right? Arjun asked his best friend as they snuck a peek at the girls' locker room. What do you mean, buddy? Sam asked as he tightened his tie. This was something that he always did, except why did it feel like he had never done this before? And he was too proper. What was going on? What's wrong, Arjun? Sam said, looking at his friend, who had gone quiet. Arjun tried to say something, but in the next second shrugged and got up. We should get a class. Peeping on girls isn't a good pastime. Peeping, Sam said as the surroundings changed into a classroom without Arjun noticing. I don't recall what this means. Arjun looked at his friend with a confused expression. I love you, sweetie, a voice said in his head, and his expression changed into a soft smile as he was once again distracted from the problem he had noticed. Have a good day, Arjun. I'm sure your mother must love you, Sam said as he walked away. The class had ended, though Arjun had no recollection of it ever starting. As Arjun got home, he stopped quickly, feeling a hug from behind. How was your day, sweetie? Arjun's mother asked as Arjun, finally done with it, shrugged her off. What's going on? Arjun asked, looking at the blurry image of the woman. What do you mean, sweetie? The woman said as Arjun, this time with an angry expression, took off the tie that was hooked onto his collar. What do you mean, dash? The woman started to say before the illusion crumbled and Arjun stood there looking at the ocean, except he was looking at a small boy sitting in the sand and crying. You wanted to be my mother, right? Arjun asked as the boy crumbled and flashed away in a silver light that started to funnel itself around Arjun, whose aura was beginning to get even more dangerous, tears streaming down the 11-year-old's face. Percy Jackson, huh? He has visited a few times. Wait, what's this? Kronos said as he looked beyond his prison in Tartarus and seeing a boy with silver, shining hair starting down as he floated upon the air. Huh, Kronos let out a small chuckle. He hadn't known anything like this, but seeing the aura, it was very obvious whose kid this was. What is it, sir? Luke asked, confused by Kronos' change in mood. Kronos showed Luke his vision and started to talk. Those type of people are the type of people you need to look out for, Kronos said as they saw Arjun continuing to float in the air. What do you mean? Luke asked confusedly. Sure, he saw Arjun rising in the air and having a silvery aura around him, but he didn't understand why he was supposed to avoid him. Those types of people, the people that are built on rage. If you had my sight, his entire foundation is built on concealed rage and pain. He probably doesn't even feel it. Those types of people should be avoided at all costs. Kronos said, remembering one of the people who had given him the most trouble, not Zeus or any of the big three, but Rhea. She had been able to conceal her rage and pain she felt each time he ate a child until she eventually blew up, destroying half of his Titan/monster army before he had ever fought any of the Olympians, something that no one had ever known. I don't know when it first started. I was around 7 or 8. I can't really remember when the first time I had ever felt like this. I do know, however, the reason behind it all. I had barely started school again. After being investigated for the 3rd time, my father eventually moved the trailer to an entirely new city, Manhattan. In Manhattan, I had a new home, new neighbors, and a new job as well. What if Mother comes back? I had asked my father as he itched his crotch and grabbed a new beer bottle while listening to the television that played in the back. Boy, do you know why we live like this? It's all because of you. If you were never born, then maybe she wouldn't have left. Hell, maybe if you die, she'll come back. My father said in a tone that I had never seen him use. A joking tone? I understand. I said as I got out of the trailer and walked into the actual city in order to go to school. People always asked why I was so skinny and small whenever they saw me. I never told them it was because I was only allowed a meal once every 2 weeks. My father, a relatively skinny man, still looked healthy even after the countless drugs he'd taken. I knew the names of each one. Xanax, acid, mushrooms, heroin, the list goes on. They had all been bought or stolen by me. He needed them in order to survive, and I needed him to stay alive as well. Mother would never come back for me, but maybe if father stayed relatively happy and healthy, she might return. Those are my thoughts at the time. Settle down, class. We have a new student today. The teacher at the time yelled out, causing my new classmates to be quiet. Hello, my name is Arjun. I hope we get along. I say without much emotion in my voice. Really, I tried my best to look enthusiastic, but I just couldn't feel happy about being in another job. The school part of my day was the best. Being able to hang out with people my age and not be talked trash about was the best. I never understood the emotion that always seemed to appear in my chest when people would talk bad about my father and me, calling his trailer trash and similar things. The nighttime, my job, I hated it. I knew it was all to give my father the drugs and alcohol he couldn't live without, so I never wanted to be there. But what else could I do? I can't just not show up. I will be punished. I don't like being punished. There was again the weird feeling in my chest that I could never place. Only later did I find out this was called anger. Who knew that my first time letting it out would cause me to get a better job, a job that gave me more money and even free drugs and alcohol from my father. Okay, kid, I have no idea why the boss allowed you to work here, but I guess I'll give you the rundown of the job, the man in charge of the building said to me as he handed me a small outfit. Wear that. The women will get a kick out of it, the man said with a smile as I put on the small outfit that looked like it was made for a girl. Now hand the women drinks and do whatever they tell you. Do this, and you'll be getting 200 a day, the man said as he handed me a small tray filled with drinks, and I got started on my first day. 2 weeks later in class was the first time I ever felt the same feeling I did when facing off the drowned-looking woman with her long hair, hiding her facial features. I heard you don't have a mother, a boy in my class said. His eyes were covered by a black bar, and his facial features were fuzzy, just like everyone else I ever saw. I have a mother, I replied as my voice quivered. I didn't show much emotion at this time, having no reason to care about anything else. I just needed to work to get my mother to come back. Why should I care about anything else? Liar. I heard the teacher say your dad's a deadbeat and your mother was a whore dash, the kid said before my fist smashed across his face, and for the first time in my life, I felt angry. It didn't take a genius to guess what this kid was going to say about my mother. What was that? I growled out as the classroom froze, and I felt at peace. Maybe that's the first time I realized I had to be special, though I never acted on it until I reached Camp Half-Blood. Who knew how right I was? I want to be your mother and share your pain, La Llorona said, talking for the first time in real life. There was again that anger. I was usually able to keep it hidden, so hidden I barely knew it was there, but it was there. I hated this woman and my father for everything he put me through, but my mother, no, I could never hate her. She had a reason not to claim me, according to the myths. Go ahead and share my pain, my hatred, but don't ever impersonate my mother. I'm the son of Artemis, you bitch, I said, cursing out loud for the first time in my life as I paused in the air and flashed forward down at La Llorona. Crap, I thought as La Llorona, who was really just a ghost, in the end, dodged to the right, dodging my knife, aimed at her neck. I knew Megan was unconscious to the side, and Lee was currently being prepared to be drowned, so I needed to hurry and finish this fake mother, but who knew she was so strong? If you come by your own will, I'll take you by force. La Llorona yelled out as her hair floated up, revealing her dead and deformed face for the first time and extending her claws, scraping them across my chest and hitting me back. As I landed onto a rock, I felt my world turn different colors as the pain set in. Even though all this had happened, I still smiled. Why, you might ask? Even if none of my weapons hurt you. Megan has some pretty useful magic, I said, seeing Megan using all her energy gathering a spell as she shot it due to my words. La Llorona turned around just in time to be hit by the spell. What it did, I have no clue. La Llorona burned and dispersed into white light as the spell worked. Breathing heavily but still alive, I made my way to Megan and caught her as she fell. She had already used too much power a couple of hours ago. This was already past her limit, though I'm grateful she used so much just to protect me and Lee. You think it's over? Mother will come back eventually, and she will have 3 new children. The children gathered around me and Megan as Lee flopped next to us due to them throwing him at us. Now, I was already out of energy, and my quest mates weren't much better. So, as my heart was pumping, I tried my best to think of a way out of this without fighting. Maybe that could be arranged. What are you? Creepy kids, anyway. I asked awkwardly as I looked around subtly, trying to find a way out. We are the doppelgangers, all the kids said together as they changed forms one by one, some into Sam, some into me, or Megan, or Lee, others people I'd seen before. These guys were able to turn into everyone. That was it. Mao was now gone. How could I fight this many? And they weren't even normal kids, or even normal dead kids, but something called doppelgangers? I wish Annabeth was here. I thought as they rushed toward me with all their creepy smiles. Just as I thought this, I saw out of the corner of my eye a silver wisp of energy that came forward and, in the form of a wolf, slashed and bit through each of the doppelgangers while I stayed still. When done, the glowing silver wolf walked slowly toward me, making me back up before stopping as it hopped up and jumped inside of me. I didn't understand, but maybe this was a gift from my mother to protect me. I had first suspected when I blew up the target at camp, but after so many obvious clues, I confirmed it with the prophecy, Child of Silver, that was me. I was happy. For the first time in my life, I was happy. I understood why Mother couldn't claim me. A virgin goddess falling in love with a human and breaking their oath. That would make her looked down upon. I hope one day she and I can talk. Maybe she can tell me stories about Father before I was born, the only man she had ever loved. Damn it! Zeus yelled, slamming his fist into the pillar as he saw Arjun, aware that Artemis was his mother. Artemis kneeled before him as she breathed in and put, seeing as Arjun had yelled out her name when saying she was his mother. Artemis, I trust you know what to do. Zeus asked, practically growling at the goddess as she bowed her head and nodded, leaving the room with her bow in hand. Arjun was sat down with his 2 unconscious friends as he rode in a bus with them. He'd managed to clean both of them up, and using the trick of the mist thing, he had been able to get into the bus, not looking too suspicious. Arjun, who had finally stopped hiding how he felt, even though it was only for a short time, was smiling as he felt the same familiar feeling he felt. He was sure this was his mother watching him. How was he able to feel her? Well, he didn't know that exactly, but he guessed it was due to the skills he'd shown. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, and one of the Olympians, this was his mother. Using the knowledge he knew about her, he was now sure what the skills he'd shown to have were, and could guess most things of what they could do. The silver lines that showed him the way, these are most likely something to do with hunting, and he was sure that when he used the bow, the feeling of being free and unrestricted had something to do with hunting as well, though this was just a theory. The silvery aura was harder to explain, as was the wolf that obviously lived inside of him, but he wasn't too worried about figuring this out right now. He could always ask his mother when he eventually met her, something he was still excited about. Boy, are your friends all right? You lot have been on the bus for hours already. I can take you anywhere. I'm off my shift, the bus driver said to Arjun as he stopped the bus and looked at the 3 children that were the only ones on the bus. Arjun, hearing the offer, looked around, seeing the silver lines still going forward in silvery wisps. Can you keep going that way, please? Arjun asked, pointing at the lines that only he could see. The bus driver nodded and started driving again in the silence of the night. Nearly 24 hours of being on the bus, he was tired, sure, but he would at least get these kids to where they needed to go. Thank you, sir, Arjun said as he helped Lee carry Megan, who was still asleep, out of the bus. He had learned that they weren't actually very far out of the United States. Canada, to be exact. How had La Llorona been in Canada? This was something Arjun had already thought much about. Just like the gods, monsters must move at some point, meaning that this could have been the true La Llorona or a copy, due to being moved and different legends being mixed together. Why you know? Handle her, Lee asked, stuttering, but with a grim expression as he remembered the events from before. He hadn't expected them to face such bad luck from the start of their quest. It had only been a day and a half since they'd left and gotten in the airplane. So how could things go so wrong so quickly? Megan took care of her. It's why she's so wiped out right now, Arjun said, smiling softly as he decided not to tell anyone about his parental situation. He would just pretend to be a son of Apollo. Surely that was why Apollo had claimed him. Artemis must have asked her brother to do so. Wow. So what's next, Arjun? We need a good way to get to Greece. Something tells me that a plane wouldn't be the smartest choice. Hearing Lee's statement, Arjun, who had pretty much forgotten about the quest, instantly felt his heart drop. Right? We're nowhere near Greece. Arjun finally realized as he stopped with Lee and Megan between them. What do we do? According to the prophecy, we will need to find some objects or something. Hey man, Lee, seeing Arjun suddenly go quiet into deep thought, put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it, Arjun, we'll figure it out. Lee said with a supportive thumbs up as Arjun sighed and nodded as they checked into a small motel. A few hours later, Megan was back on her feet and, after a hearty meal, able to do magic again. Don't expect me to waste all my magic again like that, Megan said, glancing over at the cheery Arjun. He had actually been worried about her, due to the fact he was technically the leader of this quest, and such would be responsible for her injuries. He already felt guilty she had been hurt in the first place, but he was at least glad she hadn't died, that he wouldn't have been able to get over. Megan was his first real friend besides Sam, and it was actually the same for her, though if he asked, she would never admit to being friends with him. It was just too weird and embarrassing to admit to being friends with anyone. It also sometimes made her cringe when he would say it out loud, causing her face to go deep crimson and usually ending in her punching him in the arm or something. Okay, Arjun finally said, stopping his smile as his face went back to the normal expression he usually had. We will need to find a way to get to Greece without a plane. Arjun finally said. He wasn't exactly sure, but seeing as none of the silver lines pointed upwards, he doubted taking a plane was the smartest idea. Why don't you fly us there? Megan asked suddenly, making Arjun cough out some water he had been sipping on. He knew she had seen him during the fight with La Llorona, but he didn't think she would remember so much. Oh no, I yelled out Mother's name. Arjun's face went pale as he thought he was caught. I remember you floating at least, with that weird silver aura all over your body, Megan said as Arjun let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Megan didn't actually remember all the events and only a select few. This would be fine, then, if he didn't need to tell them his secret. I can't. I still haven't gotten the hang of that. Apollo's blessing is hard to control. Arjun said, hoping to fool them that it was due to a gift from Apollo. Now, Arjun wasn't an idiot, and neither was anyone else. Chiron had actually already checked, and Apollo had told him he was a woman when having Arjun, throwing away any doubts from him. This wasn't common knowledge, but it was predictable from the others. Anyone who had heard the legends or had seen Artemis during the winter Olympus visit knew she would never have a kid, much less a male. This threw any doubts out the window, making all except Arjun, who for some reason could just not think too much about it. This was helpful for Zeus, at least up to the point when Arjun had shown he knew. Now things were more complicated for the king of the gods. We'll figure something out. We can always take trains and boats until reaching Greece, Lee suggested as he dug into a plate of pancakes, which had been delivered for dinner. Yeah, we can do that. Nice job, Lee. Arjun nodded at the suggestion as he got up and threw his trash away and took out a piece of pizza before walking out of the motel room with the excuse of needing to train. Mother, thank you for giving birth to me, and I hope to see you soon, Arjun prayed as he threw the pizza into a small fire he had made with a match and paper outside of the premises before going out back and practicing techniques with his knife and also maneuvers that Luke had taught him to do when fighting. He had told him it would make him a smaller target and give him greater attack speed and damage. Luke often explained things like a video game, but it worked for Arjun, so he never complained about it. Though Arjun had never played an actual video game, he knew most things from listening to classmates and Sam occasionally bringing a PSP for them to enjoy as he watched girls from afar. You're an assassin-type build, so you should work on maneuvers and speed, Luke had said to Arjun during the small week of training right after beating him to a pulp. Like this. Arjun said aloud as he had one hand forward empty and ready to coity anything, as his backhand held his celestial bronze dagger in a backhanded form. Arjun, completely focused on his form, lunged forward at the air. Visual training was what he was using, with no monsters or target in sight. Then this was the best he could do. Arjun was so focused he didn't notice the ravens flying over him and disappearing into a small portal in the sky. A slash in. Weird. Who knew Artemis had a child? A man was saying as the spirit of a ghost he'd lost returned to the underworld. Luckily, Lord Hades hadn't noticed yet. This man was one of the Underworld Council, doing this alongside the others. He'd been here since ancient Greek times. I say she also has a problem with not only Artemis, but Apollo too. Should I risk it to get back at her? The man asked himself as shadows of ghosts were spilling out of his own shadow, almost like a dark aura covering him. This isn't too bad. The mist does wonders, Arjun said softly as they sat down on the train out of the country. They could ride and switch a few trains and then go on a boat, and it would only take around 3 weeks to get to Greece. Though Arjun had no idea he was being watched during this entire trip. Beings waiting for the perfect chance to strike. We'll need a real plan. Thankfully, we were able to restock on food and toiletries at the motel. There's nothing we can really do about the lost ambrosia and nectar. I'll try my best to heal using my magic, but in case of an emergency, we won't have this privilege. Megan said as they sat in a small compartment of the train. I have good healing abilities, but I do agree, Lee said as both of them turned to Arjun, who was looking out the window. We'll train hop and boat hop, at least until we get to Greece. Then we can get it. I hope, Arjun said as he sighed and rubbed his temples. He had tried experimenting with his power by following the silver lines with his mind. He had gotten around 20 feet before splitting headaches caused him to stop and listen to the conversation. Progress is progress. Arjun thought to himself as he slumped in his chair waiting for the other's reply. Get what exactly? We still don't know what we should expect, Megan said semi-annoyed as she looked Arjun up and down with her eyes glowing green. She had used a spell to let her see through things on accident and had seen through his clothes. Since then, she absent-mindedly did it, and not for the reason of simply peeking at his body. There was another reason she wouldn't bring up, though she hoped Arjun would eventually share it himself. Well, an ancient object, Arjun said questionably as Megan and Lee looked at him like he was an idiot. No shit, Sherlock, Megan said, sighing as she got up and left the compartment to go to the bathroom. Annoyed at Arjun, seemingly not able to plan things out, and also slightly disgusted at the things she kept looking at. I'm gonna go to sleep. Shake me awake if anything new happens, Arjun said to Lee, who was doing a crossword puzzle, with a gleeful smile on his face. Seeing him nod, Arjun got comfortable, and soon fell asleep before Megan even came back. Come back, Arjun yelled as he ran, smiling at the silver wolf that kept running away from him. He wasn't sure how, but he was able to feel its emotions. It was happy as well seeing him running around and having fun. Perhaps since it was a dream, Arjun didn't seem to realize or even care as he was within a child body, running along the beach with the wolf. Not a care in either of their minds. Caught you, Arjun yelled as he grabbed onto the wolf's pelt. In the next second, his smile that was plastered on his face disappeared and was replaced with one of confusion. Arjun, get your ass in here, Arjun's father yelled, throwing a beer can at him. Usually Arjun would be hit by the can, but today he was able to dodge, not only dodge, the silver aura that floated around him ever since he had grabbed a hold of the wolf seemed to grab the can and throw it back at his father, getting rid of the small memory. Did you protect me? Arjun asked the small silver wolf as it snuggled and rubbed its head against his foot. You must have been put here by my mother, Arjun said out loud as he grabbed the wolf and found a tree in the hazy place, laying down and drifting off to sleep, not noticing the wolf had looked at him in confusion when mentioning his mother. Now we get started, a man covered by shadows was saying as Arjun looked ahead at him, floating for some reason beyond him. This is a dream, right? He thought to himself as the man flew back into a wall. Goddamn goddess, please don't attack like this. I have an offer for you, the shadowed man said to a woman that had her hair covering her face as she stood there in small clothing that barely covered her important parts. "There is nothing you can offer that I want. You may now leave," the woman said with a sad tone as she turned away. "What if you can get revenge on Artemis?" The man yelled, suddenly causing the woman to stop and flash toward him, grabbing his astral collar and raising him up to her level. "Do not mention that name here," the woman yelled as she threw the ghost body of the man to the side. "My hate for those twins has turned me into nothing more than a shell of immortality. I wish nothing to do with them," the woman said as she once again, this time with more anger, walked away. "She has a son, and her son has a polished kid with him as well," the man said as the woman's emotions peaked and she looked back, interested for the first time as to what he was trying to say. "Niobe, you can get revenge for your lost daughters and sons." "Wait, someone is." Listening, the man looked to the right, straight at Arjun, who breathed in sharply as shadows convulged and grabbed onto him, causing him to struggle and kick at them while screaming in fear. "Arjun!" Megan yelled as his eyes snapped open. Lee and Megan were both holding him tightly as a light died down. "Are you crazy? This won't work if you use that silver stuff to blow us all to hell," Megan yelled as Arjun realized his silver aura had been flowing around the compartment dangerously. "Sorry, guys. I had a bad dream," Arjun said as he retold to the best of his ability, leaving out the wolf part and skipping straight to the suspicious parts with the man and the woman who didn't seem human. He left out the Artemis parts and told them their conversation while mentioning that Lee seemed to be one of the targets. "So, Niobe, didn't Annabeth say stuff about Greek legends and things?" Megan couldn't be bothered to try and remember a random legend that she had studied. Niobe was the daughter of Tantalus, and also the wife of King Amphion of Thebes. A bereaved mother, she was shown as boasting that she had better fertility than Leto, the mother of Artemis and Apollo. After boasting, they each killed her children and let the blood run down the rivers. One child survived, but was left so pale she eventually came known to be called Chloris, or the Pale One. Annabeth said that Chloris had actually turned immortal in order to be punished for her mother's crimes as well, living her life in constant grief. Arjun recited some of the tales Annabeth had told him when studying. He may not be good with the sword, but he could listen pretty well. "Don't do that again. I barely understood what you said. Too close to Annabeth for me," Megan said as Lee nodded and rubbed his temples as Arjun looked away embarrassedly. Fine, fine. Don't make fun of me for it. But you realize what this means, right? We need to be more careful. Lee is in danger," Arjun said, knowing full well that he was in even more danger. Not only had these people found out his secret, but they were also seemingly going to team up and target him and his friends, something he felt nervous about. "As long as we stick together, we'll be fine," Arjun said more to himself than them. He wasn't truly worried about them. They were strong. He was weak. He knew this, but wasn't too worried since he had his mother at his side. "It'll take 5 days, and then we'll take a boat to Greece. We can hopefully be finished within a month," Megan said as they all looked at the sun setting. And so began the 5-day train hopping. Train to train, city through city, they eventually made it to a boat, headed for Greece thankfully. "Seems my power is working fine," Arjun said with a satisfied nod as they hid under the deck. They hadn't actually paid to ride on the boat, not after spending any money they had on food and train tickets, so they decided to stow away this time. Following the silver lines, which Arjun had decided to name the trail, had paid off, however, getting them here 1 day ahead of schedule. It would only take a few weeks to get to Greece. Then, well, Arjun still wasn't sure what he needed to find, but he was sure he would find it. And so the journey to Greece finally began. All at the same time, Percy Jackson was given his own quest to go on. "Take it off. /in. "Oh my," Megan said sternly after a couple of days on the ship. She was tired of Arjun sitting there with a smile on his face, even though she could see the things under his shirt. Arjun, still smiling but started to get annoyed, was standing firmly in front of her as they looked each other down, with Lee at the side in shock at the random fight that had broken out. Guys, maybe we should keep it down and talk like normal people. Take it off, now," Megan said, glancing down at Arjun's shirt as they both ignored Lee's words. Arjun's smile disappeared as he just sighed, and looked at her with a hand on his head. I have no reason to, Arjun said as he looked at her seriously, causing her to grit her teeth and grab him by the collar. It's disgusting, and you're trying to hide it when you have people here that care. Megan yelled out loudly, causing Lee to pale as he grabbed both of them and swung them down. I don't know what we're talking about, but your scream probably alerted the whole ship of our presence. Lee barely finished as footsteps came walking along the deck. See what you did? If you cared, you'd shut up about things that are no big deal. It's old, and it doesn't hurt anymore, Arjun said as he grabbed their small duffel bag and looked at the latch that connected the normal ship to the cargo. Hearing people speak in a different language, they all held their breath. Megan, however, couldn't let it go and grabbed Arjun's shoulder, agitated at the current events and also the things under his shirt. How did it happen, at least? If it doesn't matter, then you should be able to talk about it, Megan said, looking at Arjun's surprised expression as silver energy shocked her hand. Sorry, Arjun said, gulping as he looked away. The latch started to rattle, signaling that they had been found out. Yes, ma'am, the two are here. A man came in saying these words, clear as day as his eyes were fogged over and he flopped down onto the floor. Guys, maybe I'm delusional, but that's not a normal person, Lee said as Megan and Arjun were looking at the man, though Lee was looking up at a floating lady. The pale lady, Arjun said with a gulp, the first thing that came into his mind seeing the woman standing there, white as paper and looking down on them with black eyes. On the count of 3, Lee started to say before the lady zapped forward at an unmatchable speed and grabbed him by the throat, throwing him toward the back as her nails grew to be 2 feet in length, staring down at the frightened 11-year-old Arjun. Before Arjun could move, he was already being grabbed by the lady and rushed away, screaming as Megan made one last-ditch effort to lunge and grab his flailing arm. Megan! Finn yelled in terror as he was whisked up to the deck. All the sailors were lying dead as the pale lady started running toward the edge at an almost imperceptible speed. A low growl reached Arjun's ears as his body started to glow silver. In the next second, he was on the other side of the deck, seeing the wolf and the pale lady staring each other down. The wolf growled and flashed forward with a silvery aura flying off of it as it jumped in the air, enraged that this thing had touched Arjun. This wolf was made to protect him from anything, whether it be things that didn't really hurt or things that actually mattered. The wolf protected him from it all, including his memories. The wolf couldn't erase them, so he numbed them, making Arjun not think it was too big of a deal, the main reason he was all of a sudden able to smile. Arjun didn't know this, but it didn't always work. This was the reason he had been able to blow up so much fighting La Llorona. The wolf bit down on the pale lady's arm before getting slammed into the ground by the woman. A child of Niobe, she and her sisters had been attacked and killed by Artemis due to their mother's small slip-up. She had somehow been turned into a monster-type being, probably due to her hatred for Artemis that had caused the transformation, causing her to become immortal along with her mother, who also had become immortal but spent her days in a dark cave shut away from everything. Up until recently, that is, she had been called by her mother that they had a chance at revenge. Without hearing anything else after these words, she had quickly rushed over to claim and destroy the small child that Artemis had birthed. A rumor that was starting to spread throughout Tartarus, spread by who no one knew. The wolf quickly got up and opened its jaws wide, snapping down on the protective arm that the pale lady had blocked with and scraping with his long claws across her underbelly, causing small, thin lines of smoke air out, showing she wasn't human anymore. Annabeth told me about her as well, though no one knows much about her, just that she was a child of Niobe, the woman who was after Lee and I, Arjun said as he stood up steadily, his shirt ripped to pieces, causing him to stand there, his upper body bare. Guys, you all right? Lee suddenly burst out with Arjun's bow in his hands, pointing at them before letting out a breath of relief. That is before he let in a sharp breath, seeing Arjun's body. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Arjun asked as the wolf and the pale lady were at a standstill, starting each other down. Arjun, looking down at his severely scarred body, looked back at them in confusion. He remembered these scars, of course. He had to let the women do whatever they wanted to him. Some marked him with knives and put their names on him, claiming him as theirs. There were also tons of marks from beating with his dad, and also several deep scars. All that red bastard useless trash, it went on, scarred all over his body, covering the majority of his small frame. I'm going to help Asphales. He's obviously struggling to take her on, Arjun said, quickly looking away as he grabbed the bow from the still-shocked Lee and rushed forward towards his wolf, a wolf he'd made. Not that he knew. To protect him, a wolf he had named Asphales, meaning safe. Arjun ignored the shocked looks on his friends' faces and rushed in to help his wolf, the one thing he felt connected to anyway. Get away! Arjun yelled as unstable silver energy shot out from the bow, not needing an arrow to shoot it this time. The pale lady turned her head just in time to dodge the silver energy and flashes forward at her normal impossible to see speeds and grab Arjun, but not without getting a swipe across her vulnerable backside, seeing as Asphales was still there with the mission of protecting Arjun. The pale lady let Arjun slip from her grip as she looked between the two silver energy-covered beings in front of her, both ready to fight for their lives. Asphales was only concerned about Arjun, but Arjun also wanted to protect Lee and Megan, who had finally registered the events and realized it wasn't the time to be standing around. Arjun, look out! Megan yelled as she shot a small green fireball toward the pale lady, a weak version of Greek fire, but it could still burn for a while. Ever since starting to study magic, she'd learned many useful spells, and this was her time to use them, starting with her offensive spells. Lee, who was off to the side, was digging through the duffel bag, trying to find something he could use to attack. Since he wasn't able to attack with the only bow, they had settled for Arjun's celestial bronze knife that was stuffed deep into the bag. He then jumped up and rushed forward to stand side by side with his friends and the weird silver wolf that had silver energy flailing dangerously. Examining Arjun and the wolf, Lee figured that Arjun was in an unstable set of mind, possibly subconsciously triggered by their earlier reactions. Lee wasn't the smartest guy, but he was sure that it was dangerous for Arjun to be unstable with this stuff, especially since he had completely burned away half the table in the train a few weeks ago. Arjun, calm down. You can hurt us and even sink the ship if you aren't careful. Lee yelled quickly as Arjun looked at him and back at Megan before getting what Lee was trying to say. Arjun nodded and took a deep breath as they stood back and looked at the pale lady, who was getting increasingly farther away, possibly thinking who to attack first. Megan, keep attacking with magic. Lee, give me my knife, Arjun said as he threw the bow toward Lee, insinuating that he should be the archer and that Arjun would fight up close. Lee hated to admit it, but at that moment he let out a breath of relief that Arjun had given him the bow. He wasn't a close-range fighter type of demigod and preferred range combat, like most Apollo kids. If Lee didn't know any better, he'd guess that Arjun was much more fit to be a child of Artemis. But such a thing didn't and couldn't exist. Lee backed off and went back to the duffel bag and grabbed a few arrows that they had. Some were just straw training arrows from camp. They wouldn't cause much damage, but hopefully they would annoy the woman in front of them being stopped by the wolf that seemed to have a connection with Arjun. Arjun nodded as he swung the knife a bit to get used to the feeling again and rushed forward, standing next to the wolf in a fighting stance, ready to fight for his life for the first time. Against La Llorona, he hadn't truly fought. Mostly he had been led by anger when he had attacked, making him sloppy most of the time, but now he was focused, almost like a hunter looking at his prey. Megan was off to the side, a little behind Arjun and Asphales in her own fighting stance, using her magic to protect Arjun without him noticing, and also giving the Asphales a small speed boost using a few basic spells she'd practiced since being claimed, and even before that. Megan was a genius in magic, not that she could compare much to others. Even before being claimed, she had been able to cast spells with minimal effort, leading to her being claimed by Hecate after perfecting a spell that she was thinking of using. The pale lady made the first move, deciding Arjun and Asphales should be the main focus. Lunging forward, she towered over the focused 11-year-old boy who swung his knife at the last second, causing it to graze a retreating body. This graze was enough, however, as he used all his willpower to channel the silver energy to flow throughout her body, causing the pale lady to freeze as it made her way through her form, cracking it. Now Megan, Arjun yelled as he hit the deck, and Lee jumped away, knowing what Arjun was telling her to do. A week before they left camp, trained together, Arjun asked confusedly before realizing that it would be smart if they got comfortable fighting with each other. It didn't take a genius to know that quests were dangerous, and he would most likely have to fight monsters during this time. Even with training by himself, he knew this, but training together would benefit them all in the long run. After hours when the harpies flew over camp, Arjun, Megan, and Lee all went into the forest with Chiron's permission to summon a monster to battle. Not a large monster, just a 12-foot-tall scorpion from the underworld. Not a big deal at all. What the hell is this? Arjun yelled as he ran away with Lee and Megan. Apparently, this wasn't what they were trying to summon. Not that it mattered now, since they were running for their lives. I blame you, Megan yelled as she shoved Lee a little, and they all tripped and fell hard onto the ground. We're gonna die, Lee whispered as the scorpion clattered in front of them. Before it reached them, however, there was a small burst of light, with Megan standing there shrouded in green, spiraling energy, all around her body, staring at the monster. She then raised her hand and, without any effort, snapped her fingers, making the monster crumble to dust. Present, Megan stood there shrouded with the same green magical energy with a raised hand, starting at the pale lady. In the next second, she was in front of the already crumbling monster. Letting her hand reach down, she touched the monster's shoulder and snapped her fingers with her other hand, making it crumble to dust. That takes a lot of energy, Megan said as the magical energy disappeared, and she started walking toward the two boys who were cheering her on. Not that she could hear them, due to a ringing in her ear from the amount of magic she had used to complete this spell. Megan heard Arjun's voice say, except it wasn't in a happy tone or anything. No, it was in a frightened tone. Looking down, she saw why the large, spiky-looking hand was through her stomach. Pistolmax. The S.E. Skotos Olis. A crumbled and slimy-looking creature yelled in Greek as it pulled its hand out of Megan's stomach, allowing the girl to drop to the floor with tears in her eyes. How? She killed that monster. So how come it's still standing and looking so menacing at Lee and me, and why is Megan on the floor, bleeding from her stomach? It doesn't make sense. This isn't real. It can't be real. Megan is one of my only friends. Even if she was mean, sometimes I knew she was joking. And the way she's looking up at me with tears in her eyes. Why does my chest hurt so much? Her, the pale lady. She did this all because my mom is Artemis. Damn it. I'll kill her. I swear I'll kill her. Thoughts swam around in my head as Lee dropped down and immediately started to try and save a dying Megan. All I could do was stand and stare as the pale lady started running toward them at imperceptible speeds. Wait, no. She was slow. Looking down at everything, I saw everyone slow down. I didn't even know what was happening, though I couldn't see his follies anymore, possibly due to my unstable mindset. All I can think about is wanting to kill the woman running toward my friends. She is so slow. So I can do it. I will do it. Faster than I'd ever moved before, I dropped to all fours and let out a small growl subconsciously. Then, going with the flow, I pounced forward into the air, flying through it and landing in front of Lee and the injured Megan, who I could sense was close to death. You were going to kill us? No, I'll kill you, I yelled out as I pounced again and managed to flash behind the pale lady, letting my knife slip in the air before jumping up and letting gravity finish the job as I fell down with it pointed, slicing into her monster flesh and causing black ooze to spill out. Instead of waiting for her to evaporate into black dust, I let my silver aura flow down onto the dying monster and crush her. Wanted to even get rid of her chances of going to Tartura's. She didn't deserve that. She had to die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. I screamed out, slamming the knife in already condensed and crushed dust, tears flowing from my eyes as I killed this disgusting monster. I didn't want to look to the side. I didn't want to see a dead Megan, my first friend since Sam, who I subconsciously felt mad at, seeing as he had lied to me throughout our entire friendship. I didn't want to see Megan look at me, because I knew that her wounds were my fault. This entire quest was my fault. And like a kid, I didn't want to take responsibility. I knew that the way I acted wasn't normal. I knew that I shouldn't be able to smile. After everything I've been through, I shouldn't even be allowed to have a happy life. But gods, did I want it so much. Arjun, she's, Lee started to say, getting my attention. As I looked over, I saw the slumped over the form of Megan. Asleep. She's poisoned, but as long as we can find a good place where I can continuously give her treatment and heal her, then it should be fine. Lee finished as I slumped back with my head in my hands. In the next second, more tears flowed out as I sighed in relief. Thank the gods. We managed to sail for 3 more days, keeping Megan under treatment. I was able to steer the boat well enough, even though I missed the dock. At least we made it to Greece, and I could already see where we needed to do next, seeing as my power was letting me see the way. The first thing we did was find a place to stay and get as much medicine as we could. Greece is a surprisingly unsuspecting place. Kids walk around buying things without an adult in sight, and they didn't care in the slightest. The worst thing that happened was a raised eyebrow when buying alcohol, and even then we still managed to get it. With Megan being treated, and Lee being busy doing so, I decided to get some exploring and planning out of the way. I couldn't let what happened on the boat to happen here. I didn't want to lose any of my friends. NPOV. Arjun walked around Greece, not using his power, as he would wait for Megan to be healed or Lee to say she will survive for sure. They never talked about the scars and the obviously stabbed in names and words all around Arjun's body. It had started with Megan being concerned. Yet another thing Arjun had to add to the list of things that were his fault. Arjun didn't go far, but far enough to finally know that people were watching him. Not just any people either. He was sure that monsters were watching. Maybe it was due to his weird instincts, but he was sure that monsters were following him in secret, probably spying for the people scheming that he had seen in his dreams. Come out, Arjun said in a different tone than usual, the air starting to chill as a monster came out from the shadows in front of him in the alley he had walked into. Without letting the weird-looking creature do anything, Arjun jumped forward with his knife and slashed its throat, causing it to dissolve into dust. Never mind. Lead me to your master, Arjun said, swiping his silver hair out of his face and activating his power, seeing the silver line stop right next to him, indicating he was almost to his objective. He didn't care if Lee and Megan weren't here. After all, he was the child of silver. He would fight himself. With these thoughts, a small pathway opened on the side of the alley, permitting him to enter. Walking down the corridor that had opened up, Arjun reprimanded himself. Like an idiot, he had forgotten his bow. Not only that, but his earlier bravery had all but disappeared as many ways opened, causing him to start to feel deer in his chest at what was to come. That was a stupid thing to do, Arjun said as he stopped and knelt down holding his head. Sighing, he got up and continued forward. It was already too late to back down. All he could do was continue and hopefully find the strength and courage to get out of here alive. With the object, of course, he could already see where his silver path wanted him to be, with the shadowy man and the depressed-looking woman. They were waiting for him. How they knew he would come here specifically, he had no idea, but he guessed that walls don't open by themselves. Asphalis, Arjun said, as the silver, glowing wolf illuminated the darker, growing hall. With his wolf by his side, Arjun felt he didn't have much to fear, although he did feel something else, anger. He knew the mother of the Pale Lady was this woman, as well as the reason the Pale Lady had come by them in the first place. This meant that this woman was also responsible for hurting Megan, something he wouldn't forgive. Arjun didn't know it yet, but he was ready to kill both of these people, and subconsciously he exuded anger that would make even the gods of anger and hatred themselves sweat. Not that he knew. Asphalis. Is it just me? Arjun started to say as the tunnels, though subtly, shifted, just as Arjun thought. The lines kept changing along with him, feeling they had been walking too long. It seemed it wouldn't be as easy as he thought to get to them. Before Arjun could begin moving again, he was pushed from behind by Asphalis, who had sensed a trap. 2 arrows shot out where Arjun was and hit the wall next to him, causing Arjun to widen his eyes as he realized there was more danger than he first thought. Arjun jumped up as he searched for more traps. His hunting sight, gonna call it this from now on, moved as well, finding a trap, activating and shooting a poisonous dart straight toward him, causing him to jump to the side. Asphali's destroy. Arjun started to say as he searched for a way out. There was no possible way he could do this alone. He needed his companions. That wall, Arjun said quickly as the tunnels shifted and Asphali's, without hesitation, ran up and burst through the wall, allowing them to jump out into a small port. As Arjun swam away from the wall and climbed onto one of the walking spaces in the dock, Asphali's turned back into his usual spirit form and attached himself to Arjun, giving him a small boost in power in order to help him regain his energy from swimming and almost having a heart attack. An hour later, Arjun found himself back in the hotel they were all staying in, dry after walking around all day. "How was your excursion?" Lee said, seeing Arjun walk in. Arjun looked up and nodded, not noticing anything was different until he took a closer look and saw Lee looked rather pale. Yet Megan was sitting up in the bed, fully conscious for the first time since the Pale Lady incident. "Megan!" Arjun yelled in surprise as he jumped back as if he had seen a ghost. "Run, Arjun, before it's too late." Lee suddenly yelled out as he looked over at Megan in terror. "Arjun, I'm glad you're okay," Megan said as she started standing up. Lee and Arjun cowered in the corner looking at Megan, who had a kind smile on her face. "Back, vile witch. What have you done with Megan? She'd never smile and say something like that," Arjun said, pulling out his knife, swinging it as the girl stepped closer and closer. "This is scarier than this entire quest," Lee whispered as he grabbed Arjun's bow and pointed it at Megan as well. "What are you guys talking about?" "We're friends," Megan said, smiling sweetly as both Lee and Arjun looked at her in shock and disgust. "That's not Megan. She'd never admit to being friends with either of us," Arjun said as Lee nodded and both of them backed up into the corner of the room, seeing the smiling girl still standing there. "Really, guys? I'm being nice, and you are both being assholes," Megan suddenly yelled out as her brow twitched. She'd been semi-conscious during her recovery, so she knew they were both worried for her, so she decided to be nice for once. Though she would have never done so if she knew this would be their reaction. "Oh, Megan." Immediately Lee and Arjun let their hands drop as they looked at her normally. After the little outburst, they knew that the imposter was gone and good old Megan was back. "Damn bastards." Megan started cursing at them in ancient Greek and English as they stood still, prey to her insults. "Are you an idiot?" Megan said as Lee looked at Arjun in shock, hearing he had tried to go and get the items they were supposed to retrieve by himself. "That was pretty stupid," Lee said, nodding his head, agreeing with Megan on this one. "I had acephalus. I was fine, just got caught off guard, but I think I'll need you guys," Arjun admitted as he sat and bit into a small pizza that they made around the corner. It wasn't very good, but it did the job of keeping him alive, so he didn't complain. "So, when should we go?" Megan finally finished her string of insults and asked Arjun as he looked up surprised before catching himself. "As soon as you are fully recovered, so a few more days should be fine. Lee did a good job patching you up, but that doesn't mean much when you're going to just go and fight again." Hearing Arjun's words, Lee nodded and brought out the first aid kit. It was time to replace her bandages. Megan was healing herself as well. Though it was slow, it was enough to keep herself alive and slowly heal the hole that had just missed her stomach. If it was only a few inches lower or to the right, she would have died. She already knew that, and that's why she was so thankful to be alive at this time. "Fine. As soon as I'm healed, we'll go and finish this quest. It's almost the summer solstice. Wonder what's happening at camp." Megan whispered the last part to herself as she lied down and let Lee bandage her up as she used magic to slowly heal the wound. Arjun nodded and smiled at this as he dusted his hands off and walked out of the apartment room to go do his daily moon watching. The moon felt safe, almost as if he knew it. "Don't move," a voice sounded in his ear as he reached the rooftop and looked up at the moon. Behind him was a 12-year-old-looking girl pointing a silver bow toward the back of his neck. "And mother," Arjun said as he felt that this was the same presence that sometimes watched him and also felt familiar to the moon's feel. Arjun sat on the ground, staring at the young girl who had identified herself as Artemis. Even with her aiming an arrow at him, he couldn't help but smile, tears gathering at the sides of his eyes. His whole life, all he'd ever wanted was to see her, talk to her. Just knowing who she was had been enough for him. But now she had appeared in front of him. "Mother!" Arjun managed to say as he choked up and wiped his eyes. Tears were now streaming down his face. Sorry. I'm just so happy, Arjun said, smiling as he fully broke down crying while smiling and wiping his face. Artemis looked down on him with her hand quivering as she just couldn't shoot the child. I just came to say, finish your quest, then expect another visit from me, Artemis said before turning away. She would need to do it, but she would wait for a while, just until she built up the courage to kill him. He was, after all, just a simple man in child form. He would grow up to be just like all other men. Wait, Arjun yelled, and jumped up, reaching out toward her as she dissipated into silver light. The perfect setting for the moon that was out. After the quest, then tomorrow, Arjun said as Asphales, who was simply responding to his emotions and wants, slipped away from his body and went down into the apartment as Arjun watched the moon with a violent expression on his face. He wanted to end the quest tomorrow. His mother was more important. God, that kid didn't take the bait. It would have been perfect. Just imagine what we could have done to Artemis with his spirit. The shadowy man said, slamming his astral fist into the wall, cracking it with ease. This man was Agamemnon, a man who had been forced to sacrifice his daughter to Artemis after boasting his hunting skill was superior to hers. His beloved daughter. Control yourself. You're not the only one who has lost a child. I lost all of mine, except for one, and she has simply turned into a shell of hatred. Niobe looked at the shadowy man in disgust as he had a fit of anger. If anything, she should be mad her daughter, who had gone off the grid. Though a shell of hatred, she was still a useful tool. What is our next plan? We should just kill him. And the Apollo child, of course, Niobe said, tapping her long nails against the stone walls. No, I have a better idea. Ha ha ha, why hadn't I thought of this before? Agamemnon said, smiling as he walked toward an altar with a silver bow hung on it. This used to be a shrine for Artemis before they had moved, and this was Artemis's bow, the same bow she had used to kill Niobe's children. We will let them kill each other, Agamemnon said with a smirk as he waved his hand, allowing spirits to release. He may get fired and thrown into Tartarus for this, but it was worth it in his rage-filled mind. He was too close to revenge. He couldn't simply stop now. Now, could he? I want him, Luke, Kronos said after a bit of thought. Now that he had had time to think about things, having someone who was already on the brink of breaking could help him with his plans. Luke had already gone past the point of arguing, so he wouldn't say anything against it, though he did ask why. Why, you ask? Well, if I remember right, those types get so emotionally attached at a few kind words. You have been nice to him, haven't you? Kronos asked, starting down Luke's slightly frightening form. Yes, I believe I've been nice to him. He doesn't seem to hate me, at least. Don't worry, Master. I will get him on our side, Luke said, bowing as Kronos nodded and checked on things with the Percy Jackson boy. It seems they are in the underworld, aren't the shoes better work? I want to see the Razor of Olympus and help him go about his true destiny. Kronos finished as Luke left and opened his eyes with sweat dripping from his brow. Talking to Kronos always got him like this. All he could hope is that everything went as planned. Percy Jackson needed to be dragged to Tartarus, and he needed to get Arjun on board, but with Annabeth and Percy and all the others he had spent time with, how would he go about doing so? Meanwhile, Arjun was sitting and waiting for the other two companions to wake up. He had seen Asphales float off of Megan, so he assumed he did something to her. Hopefully, it would let her be more active tomorrow. He was finishing this quest and his mother's enemies, once and for all. So this is where we need to go. An ominous dark passageway that screams death trap. You're telling me you went here alone? Megan said, looking at the passageway that had opened up once again. Yeah. Arjun, the hell were you thinking? Maybe we should wait and dash, Lee started to say before Arjun pushed him to the side and began stepping into the tunnel. We go now, Arjun said, looking back once before shaking his head and stopping. Sorry. This is important. Please just trust me. Arjun managed to get out as his fingers drummed against his side, indicating his impatience. He wanted to finish this and talk to his mother. His only goal in life had been to find and be with her. Now he was so close. Yet he didn't know how far he was as well. Arjun, fine, We'll go, but just chill out. We have time to finish this, Lee said as he and Megan reached the entrance and looked at it with doubtful expressions. Arjun, though, had already started walking in, following the Silver Line's trail without caring about the other two. Had he looked back at his actions, he'd realize he was being a bit selfish, but that didn't matter to him right now. His mother was waiting for him to finish. Arjun, damn it, what's with him? Megan grumbled as she followed him inside the dark tunnel. Arjun's unstable mindset was making him do dumb things and make dumb decisions. Like now, where he walked in the tunnel forgetting to tell the others about the traps. As a small poisonous arrow flew out toward Lee, Asphali's quickly moved out of Arjun's body and snapped it in his jaws, pushing it away and saying him, "Good job, Asphali's. Watch out for traps, guys," Arjun said as he moved forward just as a shift happened as it had happened in the earlier days. Arjun, you haven't explained a single thing about T-. Megan stopped her words as the tunnel that had shifted revealed a new passageway, and Arjun's eyes widened at the sight of it as well. "Here," Arjun said as 3 lines pointed to different objects in the room. First was a small chalice, the second was a book, and the strongest line, pulling him closed, was a silver bowl sitting in the middle of the room on the table. "We did it. These are it," Arjun yelled out, running forward before widening his eyes as the room split off into 3 sections and spun. After it was done, he couldn't see his friends anymore. It was only him and the bow. He said out loud as Asphali's came out of his aura and blocked a small knife that had come out of nowhere. "Thanks, buddy," Arjun said, patting the wolf's head as he looked at the glowing silver bow. Like the moon, it called to him. Without noticing, Arjun's entire body was illuminated in silver light as he reached out for the bow. Upon grasping in his hands, did he realize someone else was in the room, and looking to the side, he saw 2 women. One was the pale lady from before, and the other was the woman he'd seen in his dreams. "Niobe," Arjun said as his eyes widened when something clamped down on his wrist. The pale lady was there, keeping his hand on the bow as her body turned slimy and started dripping onto his skin. "Thank you for coming so early," my daughter returned. "And now she's going to kill your friends. Then you as well." Niobe's eyes flashed a red crimson as Arjun struggled to pull his hand away. Asphali's was frozen the ground, growling yet unable to move as the slime covered Arjun's body, eventually making its way to his mouth, and quickly slipping in through the holes on his face until the pale lady was inside, using her unique to seize his body and force him into unconsciousness. "Good. Now go avenge your brothers. Then go ahead and kill the girl." Arjun's body rigidly nodded as it flashed at an impossible speed into the wall, breaking through it but not reacting at all, and ran through the hall where Lee was. Lee had known some bullshit would happen if they went in with no plan. He was really going to complain a lot later, but for now, he would need to try and get back to his friends. Luckily, as he turned behind him, he saw Arjun standing there with the bow from earlier, a little banged up, but all in all fine. "I'll thank the gods. Now we just need to find Megan and—" Lee's voice trailed off as he looked down to see the end of Arjun's new bow impaling the right side of his chest. "Hey, Arjun," Lee said as blood flooded his mouth and he dropped, slamming into the floor. Arjun's body was rigidly moving now as Arjun saw everything. It didn't take much to wake up, but with seeing his friend looking at him with an expression of betrayal as the life in his eyes disappeared, he started to struggle against what was controlling his body. "Quiet down," a small raspy voice said as he continued to fight with all his strength until he relaxed out of tiredness, tears flowing from his eyes as they walked slowly away from Lee's dead body. "Good. My plans are perfect, and once they're dead, I'll have their souls," the man with a grudge to Artemis said as he collected Lee's soul, throwing it into his bag of souls. With permission from Hades, he was allowed to hunt whenever he wanted, and thankfully he had only been rewarded for his life, instead of punished for boasting about his skills. "I'll use your own son to kill you, Artemis." Who would have thought someone with the same unique skill as her would be born again, the ability to kill gods? And you prideful bastards don't even know it, yet ha 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 ha. Megan was looking around cautiously, waiting to see one of her friends come around. Thankfully, Arjun appeared just to the right of her vision, causing her to smile. Hey, Arjun, Megan said to her friend who walked up with a childish smile. She still didn't know how he could smile after everything he'd been through. You attacked me? The pale lady managed to say, with a strained expression as Arjun was put back to sleep. Thankfully, his follies was still able to keep him alive and wake him up every few minutes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist. It was easy. You were too confident. Arjun's a little bitch most of the time. Megan answers immediately as she glared at the pale lady. Now that I think about it, you're that woman, right? Get out of my friend, so I can kill you, please, Megan said with a polite expression as she sent another fireball toward Arjun, hoping to scare the pale lady out of her friend's body. Unfortunately, the pale lady wasn't stupid and was actively using Arjun as a flesh shield. It was during this time that he was woken up again, this time ready to struggle against the pale lady. Megan, not expecting the pale lady to just suddenly stop in place, tried to stop her fireball, only for it to directly hit Arjun's body and slam him against the wall. Luckily, or unluckily, the pale lady quickly slipped out of his body, allowing Arjun to take the full brunt of the blow, only protected by his follies, who was able to move again and use the silver aura to block most of the damage, only making them slam into the wall like before. Ugh! Arjun mumbled as blood dripped from his head. Dizzily standing up, he looked at the 17 different people in front of him. Megan and the pale lady were faced off as his vision blurred, causing him to not see things right. Okay, everything's fine now, right? Mother will swoop down Arjun plopped onto the ground with a loud thud as he lost consciousness. At least this time he didn't have a woman inside of him controlling his body. Now that the idiot is safe, mostly oxiditis. As she shot off the spell, Megan knew she had already missed. A risky spell that promised death to immortals, though should the user miss, then they could die. Megan, quickly thinking of a plan, threw the small bag she was holding toward the side where the pale lady was dodging, causing the monster to dodge back only to get grazed by the spell. Though it wasn't much, it was enough to blow up half of her dangling black, gooey arm. Ah, shit, Megan said as the pale lady rushed forward with her claws on her right arm, extending toward her throat. No. A small, weak voice reached Megan's ears as a flash of golden warm light lit the corridor, revealing Lee's bleeding out form. Damn, Arjun. I really thought you just decided to kill me for a second, haha. Well, this is the least I could dash. Who are you? Megan interrupted Lee as she stared at the body. The pale lady hadn't attacked for some reason, so she was immediately suspicious, and the vibe of this Lee was off. Maybe I got the tone of voice wrong? I could have sworn it was all perfect. No matter. I distracted you well enough, Agamemnon said as Megan widened her eyes as the pale lady finished her run and grabbed the girl by the throat, throwing her against the wall, causing her to fall next to Arjun. Great job, little girl. I must say, I thought you were useless at first, but it seems you're a great addition to the team, Agamemnon said, smiling as Lee's body dropped to the floor and Agamemnon's spirit form was floating there in all its glory. Just a few more souls, and I won't need to worry. Artemis, Achilles, the gods? Who could stop me? Ugh, my head hurts, Arjun said, leaning against the wall, holding it as the silver bow, which he had figured belonged to Artemis, floated up into his outstretched hand. Well, you see, my quest is already done. I can go see and talk to my mother now. The only problem is you, and some of the gods of Olympus. I hate problems, Arjun replied to Agamemnon's words before tripping over his feet and landing on the ground. She hates problems. As you can see, Arjun said, pointing forward with a tinge of red on his cheeks as a 12-year-old girl was standing, illuminating the corridor with just her silver aura. Agamemnon, I thought you learned your lesson long ago. Your daughter surely did. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, moon, and motherhood, said as she drew an arrow and aimed toward Agamemnon's surprised face. Artemis, Agamemnon yelled out, stepping back in the air as an arrow whizzed past his cheek. The pale lady rushed forward only to burst into dust as 12 arrows hit her body. You can't kill that kid, Artemis said, looking down at Arjun, who was smiling widely. because it would cause problems if I don't do it myself. Artemis finished the rest of her words in her head as Agamemnon's expression morphed into an angry one. Kids? What do you care about kids? You made me sacrifice my daughter, all because of a simple slip-up of words. How dare you act like you care about this kid? Agamemnon bellowed out as Arjun widened his eyes and jumped up, holding the bow without any arrows. Though, for some reason, as he held it tightly it hummed, causing him to ignore that he had no ammo and pull back the string. What? Arjun thought as a long, silver arrow appeared in the drawstring. Letting go, Arjun let the arrow fly past Agamemnon, past Artemis, hitting Niobe as she was sneaking up on Artemis, who hadn't seen her until just a few seconds before Arjun killed her. How dare you? Arjun said, ignoring the excited feeling he felt seeing that the bow could do what it did. Don't talk to her like that. Arjun yelled angrily as a silver aura burst through the corridor, suppressing Agamemnon as Artemis looked on in shock. How dare she? What do I tell Zeus? Artemis thought to herself with a blank expression on the outside as she finished off Agamemnon, ending his terror once and for all and sending him straight to Tartarus. So, he's dead, Megan said, choking up slightly as they looked at the dead body Agamemnon had used to impersonate Lee. Arjun, with his head down, nodded before standing up. I killed him. Arjun replied to Megan's words as he slightly shivered, wondering how Megan would feel knowing he had killed their friend. No, wouldn't you idiot? I'll bury him. He deserves it, huh? Go talk to your mother, and then I'm going to kill you later for not telling me, Megan promised as she went back to Lee's body and went deeper into the forest as Arjun and Artemis were left on a cliff, looking over the sea. Thanks, Mom, Don't call me your mother. You mean nothing to me, so that isn't appropriate, Artemis said, turning as she looked at the shocked Arjun. Are you? Okay. You haven't said anything, Megan asked as Arjun and she were being driven through New York nearly a week later, a few days after Percy and his friends had gotten back. Arjun, dark circles under his eyes as he clutched the silver about his mother. No, Artemis had allowed him to keep. I'm fine, Megan. Just tired and sad about Lee, Arjun said as blood started dripping from his palms, only for a silver light to flash, healing it near instantly. It's okay. Hey, look on the bright side. We're back home now, Megan said with a small, sad smile, trying to cheer Arjun up. Home, Arjun thought to himself as he looked up at the hill as the cab stopped and looked over in confusion. You too sure this is where you need to be? The driver asked as Arjun waved his hand with a snap. There's a small house right over there, and your wife is sleeping with another man, Arjun finished as he started walking up the hill with a shocked Megan. Why'd you say that last part? She asked just as they were nearing the top. He seemed a bit suspicious. We needed to get him out of here quickly, Arjun said quickly just as they reached the top, overlooking the sunny camp they lived in. It looks much less cozy, Arjun thought to himself, seeing that the girl he'd seen on his first day. She wasn't there, and the fire she had been stoking was out as well. Oh well, he thought as they walked toward the big house, ignored by everyone as word of Percy Jackson's heroic deeds reached Arjun's ears. Yeah, it seems he single-handedly saved us all. A camper was talking to a few others. With it only being 4 days after Percy had returned, the hype was still around. Yeah, he even brought back the lightning bolt. So he went on a quest? Arjun thought to himself as they walked into the big house, plopping down the items they had gotten from the room in front of Chiron, who was seated at the table. Arjun, Megan, where's Lee? Chiron asked, making both flinch as his eyes filled with understanding. It's okay, kids. You guys go back to your cabins and rest. You can tell me all about it later. Arjun. Chiron looked at Arjun as he had started to walk away with the bow. Don't you want to set that bow dash? No, it's mine, Arjun said as the bow dissolved in a silver light. Then, nodding toward Chiron, he left to go inform the Apollo cabin of Lee's death. Chiron already started making plans for later to burn a shroud for Lee. He changed a lot. Before this, he smiled at least. He hasn't smiled. Not once this week, Megan said with a sad undertone in her voice before leaving as well, taking the book they had gotten, only leaving the item meant for Lee. or at least related to him. Yeah, Lee. He was a good guy. Saved me a bunch. Yeah, it was my fault. I killed him, Arjun said in front of the burial shroud later that night. He had been holed up in his room, ignoring everyone, including Annabeth, who he would usually trip over. A silly little crush was all it was. Everyone looked at Arjun in shock before they shook their heads, saying words like, "It wasn't your fault, don't beat yourself up, who are you again?" After the small commotion, they burned the shroud and called a night. They decided on the cabin counselor tomorrow, as tonight wasn't the best time. The moon. I hate that you still feel so nice. Huh. I'm just trash, huh? Arjun said to himself as he was at the edge of the lake, looking up at the night sky, not caring if harpies came to devour him. Artemis and Arjun's talk. Don't call me your mother. You mean nothing to me, so that isn't appropriate. Artemis said, turning as she looked at the shocked Arjun. Looking down at the boy, Artemis sighed inwardly as she didn't know what to do now. They had a pact with the one protecting Arjun at the moment. To break it could mean another war. She needed to work things out differently. She could kill him, of course, but it wouldn't be smart as long as he was being shrouded. What? What do you mean? Arjun said, stumbling a bit as his throat felt dry. Swallowing dry, he waited for Artemis' response as she began pacing back and forth. Isn't it obvious? I left you alone for your entire life. I don't love you, kid, and the fact you love me is rather sickening. Artemis said, her eyes narrowing sharply as Arjun stood frozen. Cha. And no, you just didn't know about me, right? Now that you're here, we can go see father and dash. Arjun stopped talking as he was blown off his feet. Artemis's own silver aura, known as moon aura, slamming into him and causing him to fall to the ground. Don't ever mention that man again. Artemis said then, breathing in, let Arjun go from the pressure and turn around. You may keep the bow. It was a gift from her anyway. Artemis started walking toward the edge before Arjun, eyes wide, looked up at her. Wait, then, why was I even born? If you hate me, Arjun asked almost desperately. Artemis, pausing mid-step and looking back at Arjun, no emotion shown on her face as she answered. You were a mistake, a simple accident. Nothing more. Don't think you're special. No matter who mothered you. You're still a man just like the rest. With these words, Artemis dissolved into silver light, disappearing. A mistake, Arjun said as his hand gripped his shoulders. Everything lost color as tears flowed down his face. Arjun yelled, crying as his moon energy exploded from within, breaking through the trees around him. Arjun. Megtan came 20 minutes later to see Arjun staring into the sky. Tears couldn't fall anymore as he had no more to cry. I am fine, Arjun replied as he stood up, swaying away toward the cliff, not caring about the destroyed landscape. Are you okay? Megan asked, stopping him with her hand only for it to be slapped away. I am perfectly fine. Let's go home, Arjun said, his face cringing as he continued. The color of everything was gone, just like a blank canvas with a black outline on everything. That bitch. Well, if you don't want him, then he's all mine, right? A woman said, watching from above with a dreamy look on her face, staring at Arjun as he walked away. All mine. Hey, Annabeth's voice reached Arjun's ears as she hit the table with her hand. He was simply seated with his cabin mates, ignoring everything around him in peace. Behind Annabeth was Percy, who had come to congratulate Arjun on finishing his quest. Arjun, looking toward them as his eyes adjusted to the color, sighed as he saw Annabeth's angry expression. What? He asked with an annoyed tone as she slightly shrank back, not expecting the response. Then, after the shock, sat down next to him with Percy. What do you mean, what? Don't you want to hear how our quest went? Annabeth yelled, blatantly ignoring the rule of the tables. What's there to hear about? The great son of Poseidon saved everyone with the help of his friends Annabeth and Grover. Thank you for blessing me with your presence, Mr. and Mrs. Gods, Arjun said sarcastically as finished his food. Sorry, I just don't feel all that great right now. And Sam's not even here to keep me entertained. Arjun sighed as he left the tables, leaving Annabeth and Percy in slight shock. Well, that was rude. Annabeth said with a slightly concerned look, but still complaining. Someone died? Maybe we should give him some time, Percy suggested as Arjun's eyes looked back at him with jealousy hidden in them. Aren't you a mistake as well? Why do you get to smile? Arjun thought before turning his head and heading to the one place he knew he wouldn't have to talk to someone. All right, it was my birthday that day. Ha! How ironic. Guess I'm 12 now, Arjun thought as he swung open the doors to the training arena, where, sure enough, Luke was swinging a sword against a dummy, hacking it to pieces with his black and silver-looking blade. Pow! Arjun retracted his hand as he held one of two pistols. The bow had turned into these after last night, and instead of turning it back, he kept it like this. It almost fit his mood. Hey, Luke, didn't get to talk to you when I came back. And I still don't. Just need a place to chill for a bit, Arjun said as he went to the other side and set up a few dummies. Luke glanced over at Arjun every so often as the boy took a few steps away, holding the silver Glocks at his side. The thing about the bow had been infinite arrows. There was no need to have arrows, as when you pulled back the string an arrow would appear there. You okay? Luke asked with a strained expression as his master's plans with Ares had failed when Percy had beaten him, a puny god. I'm doing all right, Arjun said as he pulled the trigger, blowing up the dummy as he infused his moon aura into the bullet. Why is he being so cold right now? Before this, he was trying to talk to anyone he cowed. Annoying kid, Luke thought to himself. As for the next hour or so, they said nothing. Ugh, I'll get him later. First Percy. He thought, leaving the arena just as Megan had walked in with her usual black leggings and hoodie on, looking at Arjun with a soft smile on her face. I'm surprised, with your mother and all. Who knew you'd use guns? She said as Arjun blew the heads off 3 dummies, the bullet zigzagging in the air. Be careful what you say. It's supposed to stay a secret, Arefjan answered with a sigh as he walked to the side and sat down on the bench with Megan. Are you all right? And don't say that usually bullshit where you pause and say you're fine. Arjun, hearing her words, sighed and looked toward the ground. I don't know. I feel normal. Just tired. Agudash, what are you doing? Arjun suddenly asked as Megan's hand had grabbed his head, pulling him into a hug. Keep going, idiot, Megan said, stroking Arjun's soft silver hair with an affectionate smile as he widened his eyes. Megan, aren't you being way too affectionate? This is weird for you. Are you possessed? Arjun asked, receiving an elbow to his ribs before Megan continued to stroke his hair. Well, if you can't talk to your mother often, I'll be there instead. It's only because I feel bad for you. Don't get the wrong idea, Megan quickly said, coughing before continuing. Arjun froze, ends before smiling softly without Megan noticing. Thanks, he said softly as he closed his eyes, drifting to sleep. Where am I? Arjun said, looking around at the dark woods, though the ski looks weird. All around him were different types of trees, as well as animals who were staring at him. You're so cute. A woman's voice reached Arjun's ears as the said woman came into view. Well, not exactly. The woman was shrouded in silver aura, or the moon aura he was familiar with, not allowing him to see her face. I'm less than happy about the girl hugging you right now, but I can ignore it for now, the woman said in an almost jealous voice as Arjun was whisked towards her, his head resting in her breasts. This is better, right? Much more comfortable. The woman smiled. Well, at least he thought she was smiling, and started to stroke his hair, just like Megan was doing outside of wherever this was. Now you have no need to be afraid, the woman said, leaning her face close and kissing the surprised Arjun. Oh, was that your first kiss? Yay, I'll take other first as well. No, it wasn't, Arjun said, still shocked, as the woman looked down at him, the silver light bending as if she was pouting. I know, those disgusting girls from your job. Don't worry, I tortured all of those bitches slowly. They cried as they were ripped apart piece by piece, their families as well. No one touches what's mine without permission. Arjun slightly gulped as the moon aura radiated a soft, loving vibe as she said all that. You miss, what are you talking about? Arjun decided to ask before he felt a small pull at his back. Oh man, it's time for you to leave already. Well, don't worry. We'll see each other again, my love, the woman said, kissing him on the cheek before he started floating off. Don't worry about that little girl Artemis so much. was the last words he heard as he left the space. I must say, the kid does have potential, but you just might scare him away with that personality of yours, a man dressed in a silver suit said, looking at the woman. Ugh, you Egyptians always talk shit, but never think about your own actions. Wasn't one of your kings. Oops, pardon me, pitch her off as a little boy. Now leave me alone. I have more pictures to hand up. The woman finished as she opened a door that wasn't there before, opening the way to a room filled with pictures of Arjun all the way from the time he was 10 years old. Crazy bitch. I guess I can see what the others are doing, not that anything will happen with those 5 locked up. HM wonder if Nut wants to gamble again. The man mumbled as he disappeared in a stream of silver light. Arjun woke up full of energy, the circles under his eyes gone. Only the calming sound of a heart beating was enough for him to know he was awake. Good, you're up. Now let's go. It's past dinner. We could get misunderstood, Megan said, helping him up as she walked away. That's when Arjun paused. Artemis, Percy Jackson. Mistake. Arjun, looking back at the dummies, shot once more. It's not really fair, he thought as they left the arena. Slap asterisk. Crash. I'll let you hit me. You have no right to lay your hands on me, Artemis said, looking at Zeus, who she had kicked back into his throne in front of everyone. After coming back, she had found out that someone had spilled the secret of her having a child. Now, with everyone knowing, and with the child not being dead even after she had been sent to kill him, no one knew what to think. Had she broken her oath on purpose? Fallen in love with a man and had a kid out of rebelliousness? No one could tell, but the rumors were starting to get to her, and Zeus as well. I am leaving now. I have nothing else to report. Father, Artemis said, leaving the throne room and turning her back to all the Olympians. I thought the boy felt similar, though he only looked at me once. I don't see the problem with him being alive, Zeus, Hestia said, stoking the hearth as Zeus sat down on his throne. It's not about that. First this, then the Percy Jackson boy. Too many demigods that shouldn't exist are appearing. What happens when they fight each other? Or worse, fight kids of a different pantheon, Zeus said, causing everyone to nod their heads. It made sense that he didn't want another holy war between everyone. Too much work, as well as too time-consuming. The other pantheons wouldn't mind, though. They'd start fighting a heartbeat had Zeus not proven himself to be strong when killing Kronos with his brothers, though he didn't know Kronos had nearly been dead anyway, because of his mother. I say we just leave him alone, make sure to not give him any more quests, or make sure he gets a quest. He isn't too strong. It'll kill him quickly and efficiently, Ares said with an annoyed tone to his voice, still shaken up that he had been influenced by Kronos somehow. Leave him alone, Ares? With the power of the moon. You want him to be left alone. Thunder rumbled as the entirety of Olympus shook, causing the gods to all roll their eyes. I have an idea. Zeus suddenly relaxed as he started planning. Why to kill Arjun when he could get him to join them? A great idea, a few weeks ago at least. Arjun woke up to the sounds of footsteps nearby, 2 boys whispering to each other as they seemingly walked toward the woods, perhaps going to the lake. Whatever, go back to sleep, he thought to himself. Don't worry, Percy. I have a good spot. Luke's voice reached Arjun's ears, making his eyes snap wide open as he quickly got out of bed. They'd all decided on him being the cabin counselor, for reasons unknown, but he would just do his best. Why would these 2 be going out now? I never saw them be close before, Arjun thought to himself as he followed them into the woods. Upon stepping into the woods, Arjun realized he had lost them already. Wait. Arjun closed his eyes and breathed in. Then, snapping his fingers, the mist disappeared, allowing him to see Percy and Luke walking forward. The hell are these idiots doing? Harpies can get them this early. Arjun sighed as he continued forward, only stopping once they had sat down, opening their Coke cans and swigging them down like normal teenagers. After a few minutes of nothing happening, Arjun rolled his eyes and turned away, ready to leave something he had thought would be interesting. Yeah, that's why I'm leaving now. Careful, Percy. That's a pit scorpion. Luke's voice reached Arjun's ears, causing him to pause and look back, with his eyes slightly widened as he saw a scorpion climbing up Percy's arm. It'll kill you. Goodbye, Percy, Luke said, leaving the opposite way, heading toward Arjun as Percy swatted the scorpion away, then, after being stung, ran back towards camp hurriedly as the prophecy started to come back to him. Wow, who knew there was a traitor in Camp Half-Blood? Arjun said, shocking Luke, who turned and immediately took out his sword that could harm both mortals and monsters, including demigods. Whoa, a sword, Arjun said as silver light illuminated his fist, one of his two guns appearing as he smiled with no happiness. Oh, Luke, why are you doing this? Killing Percy? That's not your right. Arjun's eyes suddenly glowed as Backbiter was thrown and stabbed into the ground by one bullet. Luke said, shocked that his sword had flown out of his hand, only to freeze as the cold end of the Glock pressed against his temple. Luke, just tell me. Arjun said, his moon aura pulsing calmly around his body as Luke managed to think quickly. Percy Jackson is a problem. You agree with that? Arjun, he took away all your glory with your quest. Don't you want revenge? He's a mistake, Luke started to say as Kronos spoke through him, giving the words to manipulate the kid. Arjun, blinking once, let his hand drop and started to walk back to camp after hearing all of Luke's words. Mistake, just like me, but he's treated as a hero. Arjun's eyes glowed silver for a second as he thought about it, before his expression turned violet. He's definitely trying to use me for something, but he isn't wrong. The son of Poseidon isn't something that should exist. So why is he treated so special? Arjun, after yelling in his mind for a second, sighed as he calmed down and looked forward, seeing people rushing about camp. Join Luke, Arjun thought as he went back to his cabin, ignoring everyone who was running about. I must say I'm impressed, Luke, Kronos said in Luke's head as the boy nodded, looking once more back at camp. Thank you, Master. I think the gods will be reaped soon, Luke replied as he finally left the place he had once called home. There's no way Luke would do something like that. Annabeth screamed as Arjun, Megan, Percy, and she was all in front of Chiron listening to Percy's story. Why do you trust him so much anyway? I personally believe he's a piece of trash, Arjun said, looking away with an annoyed expression. He still kind of liked Annabeth, though the more she was like this, the more it went away, and each time he thought of her, a tingling feeling would shroud his lips. This had been a common occurrence ever since that weird dream with the silver-surrounded lady. How could you say that when he's the reason you're alive right now? He trained you, Annabeth said as Percy opened his mouth and closed it, sighing as he was once again interrupted. Oh yeah, beating my ass with some great training. I even managed to kill a monster because of it, Arjun said sarcastically, looking at the blonde girl who huffed and crossed her arms. Luke is the only reason you're so happy right now. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even be alive, Annabeth replied, looking away as Arjun's eyes widened. You really think I'm happy? PFT. Arjun laughed inwardly as he shrugged and left toward the door. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's all because of Luke that I am so happy. With those words, Arjun left the big house, making his decision. I didn't realize before because Sam wasn't there to remind me. But today is my birthday, huh? Arjun said quietly as everyone at the table stopped talking and looked over at him. Sure. All of his cabin mates screamed and grabbed him, pulling him into chokeholds and punching him as he looked at them confusedly. What did I do? Arjun asked as they all looked at one another, and then as a team, picked him up, carrying him off to the lake. Later, after his soak, Arjun finally got his answer as to why they had done that, as well as other comments from people he had barely talked to, mostly from the Hermes cabin and, surprisingly, the Ares cabin. Apparently, it was a big deal that today was his birthday, which was pretty new to him, seeing as the best thing he had ever done on his birthday was eat a cupcake given to him by Sam. Annabeth had tried to say happy birthday to, but he just tuned her out. He was over it, and over her know-it-all attitude, her unhealthy obsession with Luke. It was too annoying for him, so he slowly drifted apart from her, something she had noticed and didn't get. How's it feel to be 12 now? You're only 2 years younger than me, Megan said with a smile as the day of people saying happy birthday and actually acknowledging him came to an end. Thanks, Arjun said as he looked up at the sky, both of them sitting at the beach. Megan, slightly startled, looked over at him for, she asked, dragging out the, or as he smiled a bit. For making people do that. I know for a fact none of them cared. The only genuine ones were my mates. Ha! Arjun closed his eyes as he knew today would probably be the last day something like this happened, and he was okay with that. He had made up his mind. He would join Luke. Just as Annabeth had said, maybe he was the only reason he was alive, and knowing Luke's weird dark aura around him. Well, who knew? Little did the son of Silver know that his aura, his umbra, would soon darken the world. I must say, the prude having a child is unexpected. You're telling me this was all your work, Aphrodite? Brilliant, Ares said as he was sharpening a long sword, thinking more on Percy Jackson than the son of Artemis. The power of the moon is rare, though. Even Artemis only has a little bit of it. I wonder, a woman said as she was thinking on her throne. I must say, I didn't expect things to work out this way. But does it matter? He'll be on our side soon. I wonder what he's like. Aphrodite thought out loud, causing Ares to grumble as the rest of the gods were silent. Are you all idiots? Hephaestus said, looking at them in slight disgust. Are you forgetting Selene? Helios was a handful, but Selene was on a whole other level. The power of the moon is dangerous. If Zeus had a vote, I would vote to kill him now. I agree with that statement. He is dangerous. Potentially at least. Though something is weird about him. Almost familiar even. A loud laugh sounded out through the throne room as a beautiful pale woman with silver aura roaring around her appeared in front of the Olympians minus Zeus and Artemis. What was that? I could have sworn you gods were talking about my beloved. And Hephaestus. Do you want me to take your tongue? Made by the god of the forge. Hephaestus, if you didn't know. Caucasus bulls. Very dangerous bastards. Though they can handle it. Luke replied as Arjun's eyes gained a dangerous glint as he grabbed the man in front of him by the collar and shoved him back. Why attack camp, though? I have friends here. You have friends here. Lord Kronos wouldn't sim dash. Arjun stopped as he saw, at the top of the hill, Clarice getting pushed against the tree, as well as someone he hadn't expected to see quite so early. Percy, Arjun said, now ignoring Luke as the boy nodded and smiled. It's all right, Arjun. This is just a fear tactic. I'll fill you in later. I trust you've gotten close enough with Clarice, right? That was your only mission this year. Arjun nodded as he ignored the man now and walked forward. No way I'm letting him take the bulls. You should go before you're caught. Also, what did you do to Talia's tree? AR4 Jen asked, looked back to see a small bottle in Luke's hands. Talia would have wanted this. Later, Arjun, remember, Kronos has a plan for everything. Luke finished with a nod as he walked away, only to hide and watch what Arjun would do. Damn bastard. He could have warned me. What if Megan or Sam gets hurt? Arjun thought to himself as he began running straight up the hill, intent on helping Clarice, who he had in fact been getting closer to. It wasn't that hard, actually. Arjun had grown a full inch over this year and wasn't all that ugly. Surprisingly attractive, even though he always seemed uncomfortable when people were taking their shirts off. Using this, he and Luke had planned for him to try and get Clarice on their side. Getting Clarice would get at least 3 other Ares children, perfect for Kronos' army. As Percy Jackson pulled out Riptide to fight one of the bulls rushing toward him, he was caught by surprise as Tyson, a friend from school, quickly ran in front of him, getting burned to a crisp. Tyson! Percy yelled as his eyes were filled with terror, not wanting to see his friend fall. Praise the gods, we have a Cyclops on our side. A male voice reached Percy's ears as a silver-looking aura dropped away after blocking the Caucasus bull's fire, leaving it in confusion as Arjun smirked. Well then, do you think we can cook these things? Arjun asked as opened his palm, revealing a shining silver pistol. Well, whatever. He finished his words as a bullet shot through the air, only for his moon aura to cover in and smash through the bull, destroying it with a loud boom. 1 down, 2 to go. Arjun! Arjun! Both Annabeth's and Percy's voice yelled out as the bull was destroyed, ripped apart by Arjun's moon aura as he stood in front of them for a bit before ignoring them and going to Clarice. Careful! It's twisted, Arjun said, stopping the girl from getting up as the other 2 Caucasus bulls' engines noises reached his ears. Yo, Cyclops! You take that one, I got the other, Arjun said, able to see through the mist easily after learning to manipulate it, though some things were harder and required more focus than others. After putting Clarice on the other side of the tree, much to her displeasure, Arjun was once again running toward one of the bulls. Not so coincidentally was he always in Percy's line of sight. You've been relaxing while I've been training every day. Watch Percy, this isn't a mistake. Arjun yelled in his head as moon aura disrupted from his body, smashing the bull to the side as he shot up in the air, aiming both pistols down on the bull. Easy, he muttered as a blinding silver beam erupted from the pistols and smashed into the bull, leaving everyone in awe as Tyson finished off the other, though no one saw it nor cared. Quiet guys. Arjun's voice was heard above all the others as he picked up Clarice and started to head toward the infirmary, not catching the look from Megan as they all gathered around Talia's tree. It's dying, Chiron said as he looked closer at the tree, noticing the poison and gulping as everyone had a solemn expression at the news. I could have handled it, Clarice complained as Arjun splinted her leg in the infirmary. One didn't live with the Apollo cabin for a year and not learn first aid. He could even confidently say he was better at it than half the cabin, especially if he cheated with his moon aura. Yeah, you probably could have, but what if this was worse? What would have happened if your entire leg was ripped off? Arjun asked nonchalantly as he glided his moon aura against Clarice's leg. He could control it fairly well now, at least by his standards. He knew that compared to his mother, no Artemis, he would be no match with moon aura. She had simply looked at him and a massive amount had pressed him down. He had macro control, able to spread it through a large area and use it like that. His mother had pinned each of his cells individually with her moon aura, something that terrified him, seeing as he was technically against the gods at this point. I would have been fine, Clarice said quietly as Arjun finished wrapping her ankle, noting that it felt better as she slightly squeezed it and was given no reaction, contrary to the earlier cursing when he had done the same thing. It seems you're good to go. That's all I can do for you, Laru, Arjun said, smiling and giving a small wave as he stepped out of the infirmary. Seems it's working. I guess I am sort of attractive. Or maybe your standards are just really low, Arjun thought, inwardly sighing, remembering the quest he had received straight from Kronos almost 4 months ago. Flashback. So, you appeared in my dream to tell me that we work for Kronos? And not only that, but the Titan of Time himself wants to talk to me. Then why are we still wasting time? Hurry it up, Arjun said as he was in his dreams with Luke, the scene shifting to a dark place as a cold presence pressed down on him, crushing his attempts to speak. Ah, so you're the son of Artemis, huh? Don't bother trying to deny I saw and heard everything that went down. Such a shame young 1-inch Kronos' voice held a hint of pity for Arjun as his dark, shadowy-looking form stepped forward and hugged the boy, surprising him even further. It's all right. I treat all my helpers as my children. You, Arjun, are important, and you aren't a mistake. Now I will ask you once. Will you serve me in my dream of dethroning these gods that ignore their children and make their lives miserable? Kronos asked with a kind, almost fatherly tone as he looked down at Arjun, who, with wide eyes, nodded. If he could still cry, he would have. I am truly glad. Then, can you do one thing for me? Kronos asked, explaining what the events during this summer would be like, only giving small details and saying Luke would take care of the rest. So, they'll issue a quest for this fleece and you want to go? It'll heal you. Then, okay, Father, Arjun said, nodding at the request as Kronos hugged the boy once more, his consciousness being awoken by the outside by Michael, who couldn't sleep. What do you think, Luke? A child who could kill immortals. So much potential. The gods can't even see it yet. Kronos chuckled, shook his section of Tarturas as Luke nodded, his expression slightly uncomfortable as he remembered what Kronos had replaced him for Arjun with. Soon you'll be able to kill them yourself. After all, his body will be yours, master, Luke said, bowing a bit as he too left the dream space and ended up back on his boat, leaving Kronos with a satisfied smile. Flashback end. That's bullshit, Arjun yelled, voicing his opinion when hearing about Chiron's resignation. They'd blamed him for the poison, even though there was no proof or evidence. It was simply blaming someone to get out of the way. Yes, but watch your language, Arjun, Chiron said with a small smile as he stood proud over everything in his horse form, staring out at the green grass of Camp Half-Blood. You're just letting the gods walk all over you. Arjun yelled with an angry expression as his hate grew deeper, seeing the supposed gods pushing all their problems onto weaker and innocent beings such as Chiron, and, though he hated to admit anything could go bad for the boy, Percy. As Arjun stormed out, he crashed into Percy and Annabeth. Percy followed by Tyson, as it seemed he too had heard the news. You just had to come back. Everything goes wrong when you're around Jackson. Arjun spat venomously, not bothering to help the boy up as he walked away with an angry expression on his face. Why did everyone let everyone walk all over them? He couldn't find the sense in staying on the god side. The only reason he bothered to stay at Camp Half-Blood is because he had people here he actually cared about. Megan, Sam, and his cabin full of cousins, though he thought of them all as brothers and sisters. Arjun, sitting in front of the lake thinking about ways he could keep Chiron, didn't react as the black, long-haired girl tapped his shoulder and saying next to him with a cheery smile, though he could tell it was for his sake. Hey, Megan, I didn't see you during the bull run. Glad you're safe, Arjun said as Megan's expression got a little gloomy, remembering the events of the bulls, and the events after of Arjun acting so caring for Clarice, a girl who had bullied him nonstop until a few months ago. What's with you lately? You seem different, I guess, Megan said as she pushed her hair back, annoyed at the long, silky hair she had. Arjun slightly smiled as he looked at her. I'm fine. In fact, everything is perfect, Arjun said, assuring Megan as he stood up, even though he was annoyed at the gods right now. He still had a mission to do, and Chiron was unfortunately on the side of the gods for now at least. Something's definitely different. Wait a second. That bastard glanced down at my tits. Megan suddenly realized as Arjun had already left that, as she was pushing back her hair, Arjun had taken it upon himself to glance down, though barely noticeable. It was enough for her to see. Arjun, Megan yelled, causing the boy's face to pale as he ran away toward his cabin, not wanting to face the wrath of the daughter of Hecate. His name is Tantalus. Arjun's cabin mates were muttering around dinner time, knowing that Arjun's adoptive father was in fact Chiron, at least legally. Yeah? So what? Arjun said, smirking as he looked at Travis Stoll, putting a thumbs up as the boy nodded and walked over toward the table where Tantalus and Mr. D were sitting. Arjun had already had a fulfilling night. Percy had gotten laughed at and embarrassed when it was revealed that Tyson, a Cyclops, was his brother, even being claimed by Poseidon, the ultimate embarrassment. Hello, sir, as a welcome gift here, me and the Apollo cabin have made a large basket full of our favorite foods. Please enjoy, Travis Stoll said loud enough for everyone to hear as the Apollo cabin looked over at Arjun, who nodded as Tantalus smiled and nodded, waving the polite young boy away. I must say that this is a nice way to be. Tantalus's words stopped as he saw the contents of the bag. Expired food mixed with centaur's blood, a very painful thing, almost like acid. Ha, a clever prank. Except I can't touch this food. Nice try, gentlemen, but Tantalus stopped once again as the food flew straight into his mouth, causing him to widen his eyes as the Hermes and Apollo cabins burst out laughing. This is what the reverse spell was for, Megan asked, chuckling as Tantalus jumped up and clutched his throat, the centaur blood burning his ghostly insides. Yep, Tantalus is all food run away from him. But with the reverse spell, Arjun started to smirk as he heard the sounds of the ghostly man finished with the pain and look up, glaring at the tables, causing their laughter to cease. You all think that's funny, do you? Well, no dinner for any of you. Hermes and Apollo cabins get none, ha 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 ha. Who's laughing now? Everyone was silent at the outburst as the Hermes and Apollo cabins' hearts dropped, thinking they would never get food again, though most of the Hermes cabin was already planning on stealing it in some way. PFT. Who said? Arjun suddenly said, standing up chuckling as he looked at his new camp advisor. Sure, Chiron was on the god's side. That didn't mean he had to like this guy, a slave to the gods, either way. W what? I did, of course, Tantalus responded, not liking Arjun's tone. Okay, let's say theoretically I listened to you. What would even be the reason a ghost who wants to eat taking his anger out on a bunch of kids? And you want respect, yeah, right? Arjun shrugged as he left, noticing that Mr. D didn't care in the slightest about his words. I guess a small amount of petty revenge is enough. Arjun thought as everyone settled down and received news of them having a chariot race, an event that had been canceled since forever due to the danger. So, with this news and Tantalus's annoyance, everyone sang and went to bed happily. Well, except Percy, who was annoyed at his father for claiming Tyson, basically ruining any rep he had at camp. Well, I can strike them all down. Michael, you just need to drive. Are you sure you can do this? I can always get one of the other idiots, Arjun was saying as they were looking at their chariot. Sometime they had all had a hand in making over the winter out of respect for their father Apollo. The shiny, glowing yellow chariot was perfect for a normal chariot race, but knowing Tantalus and also Percy being in the race, there was no way this race would be normal. I got it, though I am nervous. Like, all the other cabins are strong. What are we going to do? Michael asked, causing Arjun to smirk just as a blonde girl passed by. Clarice, Arjun called out, causing the tall blonde to stop and look at him with a small glare, already annoyed at whatever he would say. What is it? She asked. This was huge progress in Arjun's mind. Hell, if he had done this only a few months ago, he would have surely found his head in a toilet shortly after. How about an alliance? You don't like Poseidon cabin nor the Athena cabin, and with two of them teaming up they'll probably win. But if we team up, Arjun smiled as he saw the small rise in Clarice's shoulder at the idea. What's in it for me? She asked, trying not to agree, so early as Arjun put a hand on his chin, fidgeting thought as he snapped his fingers. You can have a free ticket to make me do whatever you want, Arjun said with a smile as Clarice blinked hearing his words. Whatever I want. What would I need with? Ugh, okay, fine. Just leave me alone already. Clarice finally agreed and left with a stomp as a mischievous smile appeared on Arjun's face, only to disappear the next second. Wow, I've never seen her agree to something like this with anyone. What's your secret, Arjun? Michael yelled a bit too loud as he looked at Arjun, his eyes practically sparkling as the silver-haired boy chuckled and did a key lock motion before going back to talking about the chariot. A lot would need to be done to prepare for this week's chariot race. I am so tired, Arjun yelled out, flopping down next to Megan. Why, he hadn't talked to for a day now. The girl didn't have any other friends, so she had simply been alone all day. Not that Arjun had noticed, nor had he noticed her strange behavior when greeting him. Oh, are you tired? Megan asked, perking up slightly as Arjun thought about it and shrugged. Not exactly tired, more like exhausted, Arjun yelled out again as Megan punched him in the arm, getting over her small bout of sadness. Stop yelling already, she yelled as Arjun smiled and nodded before laying down across the girl's lap before she could say anything. You're too spoiled, Megan said as she looked around and rolled her eyes before stroking his hair like she usually did. Yeah, well, I guess that's what happened when people spoil me, Arjun said with a teasing smile as he looked up into Megan's eyes, an awkward silence falling between them that Arjun couldn't quite place. You stopped, Arjun said with a confused undertone as he looked at her hand that had been stroking his hair, only for it to drop down to his face, causing the boy to get even more confused. Megan, you all right? Arjun asked as he looked back up only to see Megan's face an inch away from his, causing him to widen his eyes and blast up into the air. What the hell? He asked, his eyes wide as he landed and looked at the daughter of Hecate staring at him. What are you doing? Arjun asked, surprised at Megan's behavior. The girl had seemed about to kiss him. Arjun shook away the thought immediately. There was no way Megan would do that. After all, they were just friends. What does it matter? No one's around, Megan said almost teasingly as Arjun gulped, realizing that she had in fact been trying to kiss him. So, you want to? She asked, smiling softly as Arjun inwardly sighed. Megan, I think of you as a friend. Nothing more, Arjun said with his head down, turning away to leave. Really? Then what about all those times I caught you peeking? Arjun, it's okay, you're growing. I don't mind it, Megan said with a teasing undertone. Arjun then widened his eyes, realizing something. Are you joking? Arjun asked a small shadow casting over his eyes as Megan couldn't hold back and laughed, smiling teasingly as she admitted it. Swish. Arjun flashed forward, grabbing Megan by the wrists and flipping her over onto the table, pinning her down faster than she could blink. "Hey, Arjun!" Megan yelped as the boy stared down at her, his usual happy smile gone as he looked at her with a blank expression. "Fine. You wanted to do that, right?" Arjun said as his grip tightened on her wrists, causing Megan to struggle under the pain. Arjun looked over Megan's expression as his grip tightened again, leaning forward until his face was only an inch away from hers. "Hey, Arjun, you're scaring me," Megan said. Tears were gathering at the bottom of her eyes, threatening to fall as Arjun let out a sigh and let go of her, quickly walking away. "See? Jokes shouldn't go too far," Arjun said, leaving as Megan stayed there, her heart beating 1,000,000 times an hour as she rubbed her bruised wrists. When did it get so strong? She thought as she realized maybe she had taken the joke a little too far. Asterisk sigh, asterisk. That was a bit much, Arjun thought as he was behind the Apollo cabin, all of them practicing their archery. What was a bit much? Sam, hiding in a bush and watching some of the females of the Apollo cabin, said, looking up at Arjun's surprised expression. "You know the Aphrodite girls swim in the lake every day, right? Get your eyes away from my sisters," Arjun said, kicking the satyr, only getting a laugh from the half-goat as he scrambled up looking at his friend. Sam had grown pretty well over the years. He wasn't as feminine as before, though still short, but he had more facial hair. Now that he no longer needed to go to school after graduating, Sam made it a personal goal to get a girlfriend. Though his perverted habit wasn't helping much. "Yeah, they do. But there's actually this cute naiad that sings at night at the lake. Watching her has been my favorite pastime for a bit. What about you? You feel annoyed for some reason?" Sam replied to Arjun's statement as they walked and watched the archery practice. "Man, I hate satyrs and their empathy abilities. Yeah, just had a fight with Megan. We're fine, though," Arjun said. Well, he hoped they were fine. He had gone a little far on teaching Megan a lesson, though she did deserve it. "Are you? I thought you were trying to get Clarice." "No way," Sam suddenly shouted, causing the entire Apollo cabin to look back at them. "Are you trying to make a harem? I can't allow it." "Unless you share," Sam said, half serious and half teasing Arjun, who covered his face hearing his cabin mate's laughs. "No, I just have a lot of things to do." You know, Arjun's words were left there, an awkward silence settling between the two as Sam had no idea what he meant, though if his emotions had anything to do with it, then it was pretty serious. Hey man, I was joking about the harem thing. You can have them all to yourself," Sam tried and failed to cheer Arjun up before sighing and walking off. Knowing Arjun was in one of his moments where he wasn't listening, this was really the only time others would see he wasn't a happy-go-lucky kid, something he'd done since he was a kid, and really the main reason Sam had even known something was wrong at home. "Hey, Arjun, didn't you say you were going to practice with Michael today?" A kid pretty new to camp asked, breaking Arjun out of the small trance. "Oh yeah, keep it up, guys," Arjun replied, patting the kid's back and leaving the target area, running toward the cabins, completely forgetting about the earlier time with Megan. "It'll be fine. Pranking is kind of Hermes' cabin thing, Michael. Chill out," Arjun said as they held 2 water balloons in their hands, looking toward Percy and Annabeth, who were planning what to do in the chariot race. "Yeah, but he's the son of Poseidon and stuff?" "And that Annabeth girl always seems scary," Michael replied, making Arjun look back at him, his eyes rolling as he turned back toward Percy and Annabeth. "He isn't special, Michael. He's no different than any of us," Arjun replied as he got ready to throw the balloon, a special formula made with the help of Hermes' cabin. It would stick to them for at least 3 weeks, staining their skin pink the entire time. Just as Arjun was about to throw it, he stopped, Annabeth jumping into the air with an angry expression on her face. "Then do it with that freak instead," she yelled and stomped off as Percy sat there with an angry expression at her words, even though he thought the same about Tyson. Do we throw them now, or?" Michael's words trailed off as Arjun rolled his eyes and walked away. "Let's not waste our time, Michael. Let's just beat him in the race, yeah?" Arjun said with a smile as he looked back once more before going away. "If everything doesn't go your way, how am I supposed to hate you? So annoying." Later that day, Megan was the first to apologize. Arjun sat there as she apologized in shock, looking around and wondering if this was a famous Hermes prank. It's okay, Megan. Stop taking things so serious. I did the same joke. If anything, we should have just laughed it off. Arjun waved away her apology with a smile as she let out a breath of relief and sat down next to him in crafts. The hell are you making? Megan said, going back to her tomboyish ways as Arjun smiled and looked at the small charm he had carved out. Honestly, I don't know. It just came to me, Arjun said. Looking at the charm, it seemed to have the sun in the middle of the day, looking out over the land. Perhaps I can burn it for the goddess Hemera, if she hasn't faded. Megan, confused as to who he was talking about, simply nodded as she started using magic to make her own thing. Hey, sissy, a voice yelled out as a light punch hit Arjun's arm, not nearly strong enough to hurt him, as Clarice sat down. Megan's mood, seeing the blonde, immediately plummeted. She never liked this girl, even before Arjun had started to pay attention to her for some reason. Arjun sat in ignorance as he greeted Clarice and continued small little details on his charm. It was nice to relax like this instead of doing a bunch of training, though he knew he would probably have to for the chariot race. Not that he would miss his targets anyway. So, you guys hang out, or? Arjun asked, looking between Megan and Clarice, who were staring at each other, both sizing the other girl up as Arjun just nodded and quietly slipped away. It was almost time for the day to end. He didn't want to miss the time interval. There, Lady Hemera, I guess I decided to make this. You probably don't get prayed to a lot. Well, please take this gift, ma'am, and please bring the day once again for my friends. Arjun prayed as he threw the charm into the fire. Phew, maybe this'll protect them, right? I should do this regularly. Arjun was thinking as he walked away from his fire, the charm disappearing. I guess I'm not fully forgotten. Hemera, the goddess of the day, said as a small spark broke through the cracks on her skin, nearly disappearing after being ignored and forgotten for so long. I want to see everything again, she said softly as a charm floated up and sat on her neck on a string, a small smile appearing on her face as she looked forward at her husband. Ether, Hemera said quietly, getting the attention of the primordial god, who was spreading his aura all over the place. Quiet, Hemera, and get that charm off your neck. It looks fucking stupid, Ether said as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, Hemera knowing not to say another word to wake him. And so, in the dark, shadowy ether, Hemera fell asleep, crying as she missed seeing the day, and the stars, and everything else about the world. The week flew by, and now it was time for the chariot races. Michael, today is the day we make Apollo proud. Arjun yelled as he stood on top of the chariot, Michael pulling it as sweat dripped from his forehead. Why, yeah, can't you help? Michael asked as veins were popping and his entire face was red. I would love to help, Michael, but you need the practice. This will help you grow strong. Who knows? If Silena sees you, she might just fall in love. Hearing his words, of fire was lit in Michael's heart as he nodded and started running with chariot rolling behind him. Newfound strength with the power of love. Did you make him pull that all the way here? I like your style, Clarice said before turning away as Arjun smiled a bit, seeing Michael breathing heavily as he looked over at Silena, a daughter of Aphrodite. PFT, she didn't even look your way. Arjun said, trying not to laugh as he jumped off the chariot and looked at the other cabins. What are we waiting for? Arjun asked Clarice as she was next to him with her cabin mate, the driver of the chariot. Clarice looked around uncomfortably and pointed to the side, showing that Tantalus had finally arrived. Ugh. Michael, avert your eyes. A ghoul is watching, Arjun said loud enough for everyone to hear, including Tantalus, who just smiled cruelly, throwing Arjun off. Arjun thought before shaking his head and climbing back on top of his chariot, wishing Clarice good luck with a small smile as he climbed up on it. Arjun POV. This is annoying. Tantalus is being weird as well. He usually glares at me. What's so different? And this girl. I don't even feel like doing this. I have to date her and convince her, but that's annoying. Thanks, Kronos. You feel pretty damn fatherly. Didn't he eat his kids as well? As if I'd trust his bullshit. It's so annoying faking liking this place. If Megan and Sam weren't here, and I suppose Apollo Cabin, they've grown on me, I'd leave in a heartbeat. The gods are bastards who just want to make people do shit for them with no work. And Titans were no different. I just want to live my life. Ready, start. Tantalus's shrill voice yelled out, a hole burning in the back of my head due to his stare, which I could tell he was grinning, almost as if he was some kind of predator. Michael whipped the reins, causing the horses to start running. As I readied my guns, of course, I set to non-lethal. Who knew that was a setting? What a surprise. Clarice, you are looking mighty fine this morning. I suppose since you were staying so close you want to specify the favor? I asked with a smile as the wind blew through my hair, perhaps making me more attractive? I don't know, but considering the almost unnoticeable blush from Clarice, then I suppose so. Well, I'm off. I yelled as his chariot zoomed forward past the Ares one, taking the lead quickly with Athena and Ares behind, though Ares was teamed so. It was only Athena. At least, that's what I thought, but when Percy and his Cyclops brother went ahead and passed me and Michael, I was proven wrong. Seems you've had a good fight with the others. Thanks a lot, Clarice, I muttered, rolling my eyes as Percy, with his sword, started coming for me. No, I said, shooting off my gun and hitting the wheel, causing the chariot to fly up after hitting a bump, throwing Percy off. His Cyclops brother Tyson was fine, though, landing hard against the side with their broken chariot as I and Michael went on to our second lap. No, a voice said in my mind, as somehow I flew off the chariot, hitting the tree and barely not getting any damage as his follies protected me. What a good wolf. That voice. It suddenly hit me as I looked over to the side, seeing Tantalus not even trying to hide his smile as Mr. D was ignoring the races. I see how it is. He really wanted to kill me. I could tell that was his plan. And so, I had every right to kill a monster, right? Don't. A voice called, causing me to look to the right, seeing Megan steering the Hermes chariot and looking at me with a hard stare. I see. I forgot she could practically read me like a book, and she's seen me kill before. So, she must have known, well, whatever. Quickly using my moon aura to flip over the chariot. Michael was fine as well. Asphalies had really outdone himself, huh? Come, Michael. We're behind, I said quickly to the startled boy before he regained his composure and nodded, an almost violent expression on his face. Calm down, Michael. The day shines on us, I said with a small smile as literally the sun started hitting the chariot, making it glow and change. The chariot was now a searing hot temperature, causing me to even tan in only a few seconds. Father, Michael asked, looking at me questionably. How the hell was I supposed to know? I meant it metaphorically, but if there really was day shining on us, could it have been Hemera? Nah, just because I made a charm didn't mean anything. Must be Apollo. Or maybe Hemera is still alive? With these thoughts, I climbed back on top of the chariot, dead last as everyone started their second lap. We need to catch up. Well, I'm sure I'd figure something out. Yeah, not a chapter, but Emma gets straight to the point. So these fags on WN have been taking content without consent from the original Otgore, and he's finally sick of that shitum. He made his own web novel account, and would appreciate it if you supported his work from his account and not the retard stealing it and getting millions of views and shit for stolen shit lol anyway. If you could go mass review his work and get his up so the bastard will finally stop, you can mass 1-star the other guy if you want. Though I do not support that in any way. Yeah. LOL. Here's the link to the real and fake people. Sometimes I feel as if I'm being watched. Maybe I'm being blessed or something, but it's always a good feeling of mine. Even when I was a kid, I felt like I was being watched throughout most of my childhood. It was just a feeling, nothing crazy. I had never seen someone really watch me. It's kind of sad now that I think about it. Surrounded by people, yet none of them could even glance my way. I say could, but they wouldn't. Almost like the second I was in their line of sight, I was marked off an imaginary list telling them to stay away from me. That's probably why when I looked up seeing the crazy man-eating birds diving down, that they exploded into silver light. I couldn't take credit. My entire life had flashed in front of my eyes. It would be ludicrous to say that I had any part in taking them out. As Michael swerved past the Athena chariot, I ignored them. Too much was going on. Thankfully, I had ADHD, or I might not have caught it all. First was Percy and Annabeth. They were instantly running away. So much for being heroes, eh? Clarice didn't bother with the birds as she and her driver continued along the path. It seemed the right thing to do. No doubt Tantalus had put these here for a nice challenge. Go, Michael. Just because we are teamed doesn't mean I want to lose, I said to the boy, causing him to nod and whip the horses, causing them to start running faster. Fancy seeing you here. Such a beautiful day, wouldn't you agree? I said as a strike of silver light destroyed more of those birds. Tantalus was really going crazy with these. Hell, I thought they were actually trying to kill me. You're going to try and fight these things? They look like they're really trying to kill us, Clarice replied to my statement, worry hidden in her eyes as she looked around at the camp. Tantalus wouldn't go this far, would it? The kids were literally cut up, some bleeding heavily. I still didn't do anything, though. It must be one of Tantalus's jokes, right? As I turned back, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A boy steering a chariot and a girl standing on top of it. Cuts all over her body as she had her book floating and putting up a magic barrier. But that's not the point. These things had hurt Megan, even if this was a joke. How dare they? I leaped off my chariot, not sparing Clarice a glance as I gathered as much moon aura I could muster and blasted it all around me, kind of like a force field of silver light, killing all the birds around Megan and her teammate. Perhaps I was too focused on Megan to see Percy and Annabeth run down with Chiron's music player, playing one of his favorite songs, and causing all the birds to fly up and away. You guys okay? Percy asked with a smile as he breathed heavily, his adrenaline finally stopping after the threat was gone. Yes. Thanks, Percy, Megan said as I looked over her wounds, staring at Percy. The hell was she thanking him for? He did nothing but play some music. Yep, thanks for causing this whole mess, I spat out venomously. I knew I was a jealous bastard, but still, this was too much. Too much for Percy. Getting praised for doing nothing annoyed me the most. It must be so nice to exist and receive love. Percy's smile immediately dropped, but he didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He was probably wondering why I hated him. If he took a look around, he'd realize. Not that I was going to tell him that. Just being in the same area as him was annoying already. Slap. The hell was... Wait. I looked back, seeing Megan with an angry expression on her face, her arm outstretched after slapping me. What the hell did I do? Well, it didn't take long for her to answer me. Why would you say something stupid like that? You just saved all of us, Megan said, looking at me in shock and disgust. She then promptly ignored me and started talking to Percy, apologizing for my actions as he started to brighten up. You, I said before stopping, turning away, and hopping off her chariot. There was no point in causing a scene. Not when Tantalus had announced Clarice the winner and Percy, Annabeth, and Tyson to dish his duty. I could tell he was trying to find a way to apply it to me as well. Thankfully, he didn't seem to have an excuse and promptly left after giving the heroes their punishments, and Megan left with them. We need a quest. Percy's obnoxious voice sounded out throughout the small area we were in. After talking about the Golden Fleece, I became interested. Kronos wanted this as well. Was it really that powerful? Annabeth, Tyson, and Megan were all on the sides of him, standing tall and looking at Tantalus, who had just finished a ghost story clearly about himself that I hadn't bothered to listen to. Long story short, he came from the field of punishment in the underworld and kept his punishment even here. The main reason food leaped away from him, though he was happily eating it now. The reverse charm had stayed glued to his hand and would stay for a few more hours before it went back to normal. I didn't have the guts to ask Megan to reset it now. The way she looked at me earlier, it was Anno. Hey, what's with you? Clarice suddenly sat down next to me as Percy and Annabeth began to argue with Tantalus. Nothing at a dash. Before I could finish my words, I was pulled out of my seat, Megan dragging me with a determined look on her face as she brought me with the others. We want this quest, she yelled, pulling my arm and smiling brightly. She wasn't smiling at me, though, but at Percy. It's always Percy. Silver light came off my hand as I pulled it back. My expression was probably blank as I walked away. Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm not a part of this, and I'm also sorry for the prank I pulled, I said, quickly apologizing to Tantalus, who now had a shocked expression on his face as I walked back and sat with Clarice. If Megan wanted to hang out and impress Percy Jackson, then she could, but that didn't mean I'd stay her friend. Maybe it was petty, and maybe I was being a jealous asshole, but I didn't care. I didn't even care when she rubbed her palm, a searing burn running across her arm. Though it didn't hurt, I made sure of that. Tantalus stood up, smiling slightly as he savored the taste of the beef we had been enjoying earlier, and looked around the campfire. Fine, you guys want a quest. Then I will choose the strongest, bravest, most heroic person here as the quest leader. Tantalus paused dramatically as his eyes swept over everyone, including the heroic, for that were standing shocked that he had agreed. And that is Clarice, he yelled, mockingly looking at the four as they blinked in surprise. Clarice, Clarice, Clarice. Everyone Fr. Ares' cabin cheered as Clarice blushed, looking over everyone before standing up and breathing in deeply. I accept this quest. Why? I thought Arjun and Percy were friends. I'm so confused. He's been acting even worse lately. Seeing him sit down next to Clarice hurt more than the burn on my arm. It was like he was telling me to fuck off, but he couldn't be. Right? I will admit that I may have a small number of feelings for Percy and reacted a little weirdly, but I don't see why Arjun would be so mad. He already said he thinks of me as a friend. Only a friend. So I don't see his problem. As Clarice was announced for the quest, I clapped slightly. Even though it wasn't desirable, at least someone got the quest, right? We'll leave tonight to save Grover and get the fleece, Percy said as we walked back, shocking me, even though it seemed Annabeth wasn't as surprised. I was friends with Annabeth and Percy and Arjun. There was Lee as well, but he died. This was my list of friends, and they all started because of Arjun. So why was he actively avoiding them? He hadn't told me what he and his mother talked about, only bits and pieces about why he destroyed the area around the cliff. His excuse being his mother was teaching him how to use it. I'm just so confused. Why is Arjun being like this? It's almost like he wants nothing to do with them. No, not them, Percy. After Annabeth left, I stopped Percy and Tyson, looking at him slightly accusingly. What did you do to Arjun? Anytime you are brought up, he gets angry. There must be a reason, I said, my arms crossed as I looked at one of my only friends. Depending on his answer, I'd have to decide whether to stay friends with him or not. I did nothing to him. He just started to hate me. Percy's expression turned downtrodden as I stepped back, slightly surprised. He could be lying, but it just didn't seem like it. Arjun had simply decided to hate Percy? Why? Ever since the quest, Arjun just changed. So, but you mean he was just... I let my words trail as my eyes darted across the place we were in, my hands tapping the sides of my thighs as Percy and Tyson left. I'm not sure why, but I had a bad feeling now. Normal POV. No, I said as I tossed rocks into the stream the next morning. I now had no one to hang out with. Turns out Sam had finally gotten that girlfriend he'd been wanting for the past few months. Guess he couldn't be bothered to tell me about it, huh? Why the hell not? I've already decided I don't need 3 people to take on this quest. Just come with me. I could use the help, Clarice yelled, thinking me oblivious to her intentions. I wasn't an idiot, 2 demigods alone on a quest that seemed relatively easy. Well, the Sea of Monsters wasn't easy, but getting a fleece? How hard could that be? Anyway, me and Clarice alone, she was practically telling me that she liked me at this point, but I still wasn't even sure. I was still doing this for Kronos. With Megan gone, why am I even still here? My cabin mates? Maybe. Quests suck. People die on quests. Nothing good comes out of them. Clarice, you'll probably die. Can you accept that? I said seriously, images of Lee's dead, bloody body flashing through my mind as I threw another rock. This time it crossed the entire part of the stream, causing me to smile. See that? I said excitedly as Clarice's expression was serious. Please, come with me. Clarice's voice was practically desperate at this point. Go, boy. This is your chance. Get the fleece and convince her to join. Then we shall talk later. I have another mission for you. Kronos' voice practically smashed its way into my mind as I inwardly sighed. I couldn't very well ignore a divine entity, such as Kronos. Fine, I said quietly as I walked away. She could barely hear my words. My only indication that she had heard me was the sounds of soft cheering coming from behind me. Well, I guess it's time for another quest. A silver line of light flashed past a forest as another deer was killed. It was a lot more brutal than usual, making the hunters wonder if anything was wrong with their lady. Zoe, her lead hunter, finally stepped forward as Artemis was about to destroy a part of the forest. "Stop, my lady!" Zoe yelled, grabbing the goddess's hand and spinning her around to pin her on the ground. As she got Artemis pinned, she was about to yell again before she saw Artemis's tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. "And my lady?" Zoe said, her eyes shaking as she had never seen Artemis like this before. The confident goddess had always been a role model and acted the best she could for the hunters, but seeing her cry, none of them knew what to think. "I wish I could die," Artemis said softly as Zeus's words rang in her mind. A few days before the chariot races, Artemis POV. "Finally found you, AR dash," Zeus started to say before an arrow promptly sunk itself into the wall next to him. I had been bathing, and he had been close to seeing everything, something I couldn't allow anyone, much less my perverted father, to see. "You dare attack? Never mind. I have come here because you haven't been seen in Olympus for months," he started to say, circling around the bathhouse, perhaps hoping to get a peek at my hunters. Why was he even here? And what of it? "Nothing of importance has happened," I said confidently. Even if he was the king of the gods, I wouldn't just let him think he could do and say whatever he wanted. "Oh no, something important has indeed happened. You've been married off, and your husband gets out of jail soon. You guys will take good care of your son from now on." Zeus finished his words with a smirk as my confused expression fell. "Husband? He wouldn't do that, would he?" That's when it hit me. I had only birthed one child from one man. My eyes shook as I remembered the nights of torture I'd had to go through. Even though the fake pleasure of Aphrodite was in place, I hated it from my very being. Had there not been rules, I would have killed him and the child. But wait. No. Yes, Artemis. Be a good wife to your new husband, okay? This is your duty for the sake of Olympus. My expression fell, and so did my bow as I fell to my knees, Zeus's almost mocking smile fresh in my mind as he disappeared in a flash of lightning. "No, no, present." The hunters all looked at me as I told them about what had happened 12 years ago. How I had been gone for a year not because of hunting, but because I had birthed a child. Not only a child, but a male of all things. There was pain hidden in their eyes, knowing I had not only lied to them, but also done the one thing I had sworn never to do. I lost my virginity. I expected yelling, screaming, mutiny, but all I got were silent cries of girls as they assumed more to my story. I didn't tell them anything about the man, but it seems they could guess I hadn't liked it. "My lady, please allow me," Zoe said, bowing, her usual stoic expression one of rage as she gripped her bow. I knew what she was asking. If I said no, it would seem I was choosing my child over them. I dash. "Go on, Zoe, and the rest of you. I'm not fit right now to be your goddess." Tears started to stream down my face once again as I looked at them. "I have to get married." My words might as well have been a bomb, as the hunters were now outraged. Not at me, but Zeus, the gods, my son, humanity, tons of things they were enraged toward. But none of them me. I don't understand them. But I'm so grateful to be able to call them my children. "Where in the world did you get a huge-ass warship?" I exclaimed as Clarice smiled with pride as she looked on at her gift from her father. Apparently Ares had gifted this to her since she had received a quest. What a nice father. It did make me a little jealous, but Clarice didn't do anything wrong. Besides, she isn't a mistake like me. No reason to be mad at her. "So your dad not only gave you a ship, but he also gave you a bunch of zombie men to help maintain it, huh? That's cool." Clarice slightly blushed at my words. "Why though? I didn't even say anything flirtatious like Kronos had taught me. Sigh. Girls are quite weird. The zombies aside, what's the plan? You haven't told me the prophecy you received, and I won't ask for it either, but at least tell me the plan." Hearing my words, Clarice nodded as the ship started to move away from Camp Half-Blood, the place that wasn't all that safe anymore for demigods. "We'll go to the Sea of Monsters, or the Bermuda Triangle if you didn't know. Then we'll find a fleece and come back here." "Perfect," Clarice said with a small cocky tone, as if it was the greatest plan ever. "My sea. Why go home, though? I said, throwing the possibility out there. I didn't see her reaction, but I could practically feel her confusion to my words. What are you talking about? Of course we go dash. Clarice stopped as I was in front of her, my eyes staring into hers. Was this how Kronos had done it? I wasn't sure. What if me and you left? Together, I said, trying to keep my breath steady as to not mess anything up. Luckily, even with all the brawn and less desirable traits, Clarice is still a teenage girl, so hearing my words a small blush appeared on her cheeks, not really surprising me. What? But we can't. I mean, like smiling as I stepped back away from her, I shrugged. There was no rush to bring her in, but it was fairly obvious she was already thinking about it, though we probably should have been paying attention to our surroundings. Boom! Next to us, something smashed through the surface of the water, causing a large wave to land on top of the deck. Nothing we could really do, but how annoying. An arrow flew past my face, my senses making it feel as if it was in slow motion as I grabbed the silver arrow, knowing only one person had this type. Mother, I said, quietly, memories of last summer filling my brain. Why? I was just a kid. I never did anything wrong. So why am I branded a mistake? My eyes flashed silver as I looked to the side and saw two girls aiming bows at me, their expressions filled with rage. Tell me, why the hell are you guys using these arrows? I said, my voice causing even Clarice to shiver as she pulled out her electric spear, aiming it at them. Wait a second. These are the hunters of art. Clarice didn't finish as another small wave of arrows were fired at us, only for me to swat them away and rush forward, kicking the closer girl in the stomach without care for holding back. The hunters of Artemis? Perhaps if you were born a female, you could be a hunter, but now you're just useless. The hunters of Artemis are my true children. You're a simple mutt who found his way to take my blood by useless mistake of mine. Remembered differently by Arjun. My moth. No, Artemis's words echoed through my mind as I gripped the end of my gun, my anger rising even though I knew it wasn't a safe thing to let happen. But how dare she call me a mistake? These girls were here receiving her love and affection while I was simply labeled as trash. They didn't even share her blood. I let my anger rise even more as moon aura pulsed around me. I finally understood. I hated her. Artemis, I mean. I hate her, and I want her dead. I want them all dead. Why? Couldn't she just love me? Percy, Annabeth's, Tyson, and Megan's side. Percy POV. Clarice and Arjun left just this morning, and me and the others set up our plan. Tonight, we will leave. Me, Tyson, Annabeth, and Megan. She was surprisingly nice to me, unlike her friend Arjun. We used to be friends last summer, but he just started hating me. It's like he made it a personal mission to ruin my time at Camp Half-Blood. I didn't understand why, but I think I get it now. He must like Annabeth and thinks we are dating. It was a simple misunderstanding. I'll tell him if we meet them during this quest. Hopefully by the end of it, all will be friends again. Normal POV/side. Huh. 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 I yelled on each slam to their skulls, blood splattering against my face as I killed the first on with several bullets. The smaller one, I don't know her name, widened her eyes as I slammed the end of my barrel against her forehead, cracking it and kicking her across the deck. She must have, though I was done, but I wasn't. I'm pretty sure these girls are immortal anyway, so I wasn't going to hold back. That's how I got here, slamming her face into the deck and staining it in red, her blood blinding me from the head. I was smashing into the deck. How dare she receive love and affection from my mother? How dare she even aim her bow at me? Hey, Arjun. The scared, timid voice of Clarice snapped me out of it. I was covered in this hunter's blood. She looked like a little girl, maybe a year or two older than me. And I took her life away. Anything that could have been recognizable was gone. Her entire body was crushed, including her head. The warm red liquid still running down my arms and face as I stood up and looked at Clarice. I didn't think it would kill her. My voice stuttered as tears flowed from my eyes. I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to be loved. Me and Clarice sat around the table, eating dinner in silence. The only sounds that could be heard were the sounds of the engine and the occasional fork against the plate. "So, we were going to talk about earlier," she asked, her voice shaky as she stabbed a piece of chicken with her fork and ate it quickly. I glanced at her, the memory of killing Artemis's hunters fresh in my mind. "What's there to talk about?" I replied back, eating the rest of my food and preparing to leave. "You killed someone, Arjun. How are you being so casual?" The blonde stood up yelling as a zombie came in, only to rush out seeing the situation. "Damn ghouls. We kill all the time. The monsters, they're alive, you know. We kill them for sport, for survival. People aren't much different." After my response, I threw the plate into the ocean and walked toward my quarters, my hands slightly shaking as I reached it. Clarice POV. HM. Why did he leave? I whispered to myself, seeing the full plate of food Arjun had left behind. The scene of him killing the hunters was still fresh in my mind. It was slightly intimidating, and it kind of made me sick. I was going to ask Arjun about this, but he just up and left. We had sat in silence for an hour, and he just left? We never even got to talk. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. The least I can do is forget it. Yeah, I'll just forget it. Lady Clarice. One of the ghouls' voices reached my ears, walking in with a letter and looking down on me. First time they'd interrupted us since we started dinner. Guess they decided to come since Arjun was gone? "Yes, what is it?" The ghoul dropped the letter in front of me, then left, quicker than he had come. As I picked up the letter, my heart started pounding. Every second it beat louder and louder. "Watch out." 2 words scribbled in black ink were on the page, making me relax as I read over them again. "Watch out." Why do I need to watch out? As I went to throw it away, another paper fell out of the envelope. How had I missed this one? Asterisk, changing yourself for a man? Sickening, it's not too late, asterisk. I read over the words again and finally threw it away, though I couldn't say I was calm anymore. Changing myself for a man? No, I hadn't. Well, I did ask the Aphrodite girls for a makeover, and then I got some magic done, but the rest was my hard work. I wasn't changing myself. I just wanted to be more ladylike. But who could this note have been from? It had simply been sent to a magic warship currently traveling to the Bermuda Triangle. The more I thought about it, the more this didn't make any sense. Crash. The sound of glass breaking threw me off before a girl came crashing through the wall, Arjun standing on the other side of the wall. "I won't kill you," yet he said, making even me shiver as his silver eyes stared down on the little girl. She couldn't have been any older than 11. Why was he being so brutal? Normal POV. Another hunter. She was crying too much when she was going to kill me. I guess they know I killed the other 2. I hope Mother knows. I can imagine the pain it brings her to lose her precious child. Ah, the girl screamed as tears streamed down her face. I'd be lying if I said I felt bad for her. I didn't. I don't know what happened, but I couldn't be bothered to care about her whimpering. Smack. I slapped the girl into the wall next to us and looked at the shocked Clarice, our earlier conversation fresh in my mind. "Sorry about leaving so quickly earlier," I said before following the injured hunter. I did my research while in my room, tried to remember the countless legends I had read with Annabeth. The hunters were immortal unless they died in combat, meaning I had really killed those 2 girls earlier. I had no time to feel sad about it. On further inspection, they had been trying to kill me. No doubt my mother tried to finish me off quietly. "Why are you here?" I asked, kicking the drawn bow away into the ocean and pointing both my guns at the girl's head. Her eyes shook as blood dripped down her forehead from her earlier beating. I needed to see what happened to my sisters. You killed them." The girl screamed and cursed at me as my hands shook. I couldn't pull the trigger. Looking into her eyes, all I could see was heartbreak. She wasn't even hostile. She just wanted her sisters, and I killed them. I would say sorry if they hadn't tried to kill me. The best I can do is let you go, and if any one of you hunters come back, I won't. I won't hesitate to kill you guys. I said the last words with an inaudible gulp as I turned away, the sounds of water splashing indicating the hunter was gone. Would she be back? Possibly. Artemis POV. 2 of my hunters killed, and 1 severely injured. She came back to tell us the fate of the others. I had no place to tell them what not to do anymore. So when they went to hunt Arjun, I just sat there, completely helpless. I I heard the man would leave prison soon. I had to get out of this, but how? I couldn't do anything on my own, and I refused to ask someone for help. I just don't know what to do. I will kill him then. Zoe's enraged voice yelled out as she gripped her bow and started to walk away. I had no doubt that she could kill my son, but she can't. Stop, Zoe, I ordered. The girl looked back at me with emotions I could relate to at the moment. Betrayal, heartbreak, sadness, everything Zoe was feeling I was feeling as well. But there is nothing I can do. Normal POV. You say we're almost to the sea of monsters, huh? I asked the ghoul as I looked out at the land around us. It was almost modern. Hell, they even had a donut shop up on top of the land. Something called Monster Donut? I can't lie, that's a pretty cool name. 3 days had passed since our encounter with the hunters. I'd gotten over it by now. And so had Clarice. Her earlier outbursts seemed to be forgotten to her. Weird. Then shouldn't we dash? My words were cut off as a glint of light hit my face, causing me to look toward the land and see the last person I wanted at the moment. Percy fucking Jackson. I muttered as I watched him cut off a Hydra head like an idiot. Seeing the boy running away from the Hydra, all doubts left my mind. He was cursed. He had to be. How was it possible that every time he was around something crazy happened? I couldn't be insane, right? First, the hellhound, then the bulls. Was there anything bad that didn't happen when he was around? Sighing, I had enough. Jumping out of the boat, I sent a few bullets into the hide of the Hydra. That wouldn't kill it yet. As it shook off the pain from my bullets, I manipulated my silver aura to stream throughout its body, reaching toward the stumps of its head. As it rushed toward me, I let the moon aura loose, blowing up each of its heads and bursting them everywhere. Arjun, Percy said, smiling widely at me. I'm so done. Before he could continue, I surged forward and shot 12 shots in his stomach, then ripped his heart out without much thought. I'm so tired, I said before rolling my eyes and jumping back to the warship, my moon aura carrying me there. Arjun, what are you doing? Help! Percy's voice reached my ears again as I looked back, still standing on the beach, looking straight at the Hydra which Percy was fighting. Huh, but I just wait. The hell is going on? Glancing at Percy, I shook my head, quickly getting into a fighting stance and jumping up, my moon aura blasting me into the air. My mind, it's a mess to say the least, now that I thought about it. My plate was still sitting on the table in the mess hall, yet I could have sworn I threw it out to sea and ate it all. Now, I'm hungry. Unknown location. Wow, he's doing so well. I can't wait till he grows up, what do you think? I told you, I told you, I told you. Celine said, floating and giggling as she looked through a small sphere, her silver hair messily sitting in front of her face. Yes, yes, you told me. Just because he can see through time doesn't mean he can manipulate it. Besides, he's still far from my level, a man in a silver suit said, smirking a bit before a smack to his face got rid of it. He's 12. He'll get better than you. Ugh, Egyptians. Celine said, angrily looking at him before her attitude changed, and she looked at the marks on her arms and legs. Still, there from years, she had been chained with her brother, though he had long since passed. Khonsu, you don't think anything bad will happen to him, right? Celine asked, semi-naively as she looked at Khonsu, the Egyptian god of the moon. Bad? Well, you're the one who made sure to let the Greeks know you're hostile, with that Kronos guy as your king. I'd say he's in a bad spot. Khonsu replied truthfully, not caring as her expression grew grimmer and grimmer. I didn't think he'd stay. I thought he'd leave the camp, then we could train him. But if he's with them, that's impossible. You're no help at all. Khonsu choked as she kicked him in the balls and walked off, an annoyed expression on her face. Geez, what did I say? Phew, I breathed out in relief as the Hydra died. It took a while to get my moon aura to burn the stumps, keeping it from regrowing. Thankfully, the weird deja vu thing happened. I almost killed Percy. Almost. Now what the hell are you all doing here? Clarice asked, obviously just as annoyed as me. Megan, Tyson, Percy, and Annabeth all stood there. The Cyclops was covered in powdered sugar, though I didn't bother to ask about it. We're here to get Grover and get the fleece, Percy responded, making his sword turn back into a pen. The hell? They really came here to just usurp Clarice's quest. What makes you think you need to come here to do so? Grover is another story, but the fleece is part of Clarice's quest. Besides, did you sneak out of the camp? I asked, knowing if they did, they wouldn't be able to come back, especially with Tantalus as the director. We just want to. Annabeth was stumped as I was simply stating facts of how camp worked. She wasn't an idiot. Arjun, me and Annabeth aren't together. Percy yelled out, making me double-take as Annabeth looked back at him in horror. I know you like her, so don't war dash. Okay. Good luck. Clarice, let's go. I said, quickly turning away. Just how much was Percy trying to embarrass me? I didn't even like Annabeth anymore. Wait, let's come with you. We just want to save Grover. You guys can have the fleece. Percy screamed desperately as I sighed. Fine, but just quit being so annoying, I replied before hopping in the warship, Clarice right behind me. I had no plans to talk to any of the four coming on the ship, but it was fairly obvious one was planning to talk to me. Arjun, Megan's voice reached my ears as I was speeding down the hall. Looking back at the long black-haired girl, I sighed once again. What is it? Megan looked at me semi-angrily before letting out a breath. Why do you hate Percy? If it's because of me, don't worry, I stopped liking him now. He's not really my type. Of course, another person thinking everything is about them. Can't I hate someone just because? It seems the world had done the same to me, so why can't I do the same? There's really no reason, and it's not because of you. As I said before, you're simply a friend. And if I'm being honest, you aren't even that anymore. After finishing my words, I left the shocked girl standing in the hall and lay down. I'm so tired. Why do you hate Percy? If it's because of me, don't worry, I stopped liking him now. He's not really my type. I sighed again. Wait, what the hell? This had happened before. Looking back at Megan in anger, I stepped forward. I already answered. Stop asking. Let me go to sleep. What's happening to me? You didn't even answer. You just side dash. Megan's words stopped as my hand clamped on her mouth, my eyes glowing silver as I stared at her frightened expression. Megan, shut the hell up. I didn't ask for a reiteration of my words. You aren't a friend. You're simply a nuisance. I threw Megan out of the hall. Her eyes brimmed with tears as I turned away. I hated that. I hated her. So why does it hurt so much? I finally fell in my bed, drifting off to sleep. Oh, the dark side of the moon as well. What do you think, monkey? He'll either destroy the world or save it. Should we step in? Buddha asked as he wrote some things down. I say let things play out. If he really does start to destroy things, we can stop him. There's always Foxy Boy. The Monkey King chuckled as the nine-tailed fox gritted his teeth, looking at Monkey with an annoyed expression. I'd like to see you talk so tough after I kick your ass. Fox yelled as he tackled Monkey, both engaging in one of their daily fights. Well, we'll see, I suppose, Buddha said, meditating as the sounds of destruction went on behind him. Arjun started to sweat slightly as he remembered the contents of the prophecy the oracle had issued to him, and he still hadn't figured out all that it meant. Arjun retold the prophecy until pausing at the last two lines. He felt it wouldn't be smart to tell him. That was it. Is there anything else, sir? I have archery with my cabin mates. Chiron could tell he was hiding something, but didn't push him and nodded, letting him go as he started to think of the contents of the prophecy issued to Arjun. It was obvious that for some reason the oracle either thought Arjun was falsely claimed or that Arjun was the chit of the sun in the prophecy, but obviously didn't usually happen in prophecies, so he quickly tried to check every variable. He knew prophecies often had many meanings, so he'd try and do his best so Arjun wouldn't be completely in the dark in his inevitable quest that he'd have to take, even if he didn't know it yet. Chiron wasn't sure about ancient objects, but if he had to guess where it would be, there were only two places. One wasn't practical. It would take months, maybe even years for that place. And the second was the most dangerous land in the world, so dangerous the humans had even been able to tell it was weird around that area. Arjun looked at his target and let an arrow fly. This time it landed perfectly fine, without breaking anything, making him smile at this small display of control. He'd been able to get over this weird power over the bow. Nice, seems you won't break all our targets today, Lee said jokingly as Arjun set the bow down and stretched before walking away to his next activity for the day. I didn't want to do this. Lee forced me, he said to a smirking Clarice who was standing in front of him in the arena for wrestling. Before he could even move, he was already pinned and twisted like a pretzel, feeling his spine nearly give out from the much bigger girl. "Don't get cocky just for that little win in the forest, punk," she whispered and spat on the floor next to him as he saw Luke come in with the Hermes cabin. "Sword practice? Can I join?" Arjun asked Luke, who just nodded as they set a cooler down and then started some drills. It took only 5 seconds to realize that swordsmanship wasn't his thing. One swing, and he accidentally stabbed Travis in the foot. This would have been good if not for the fact they were simply unsheathing swords right now. Kicked out of the practice, and lonely Arjun lay on the beach and looked at the sky as someone came up. "Hey," Megan said, sitting down next to him. She didn't practice with the sword anyway. She was actually studying magic, the main power of the 3 children of Hecate that had been claimed. Arjun had ignored it mostly before because of the hastiness of his claim, but the gods were really lax on showing affection to their children, even more so than normal parents that he'd seen neglect children, but at least they try to make up for it. The gods simply watched and let things happen without caring if their children were hurt or what they were doing at all, something that Arjun didn't feel so great about. "Hey, long day?" he asked as the sun started to set, and Megan just nodded, lying next to him as well. She didn't care about things like friends, even though Arjun was trying his hardest to do it. Seeing this, she just decided to hang out with him instead of ignoring him like she did others that tried to become her friend or other things. As a 13-year-old, she only had 5 more years of camp left before going out into the real world, something she couldn't wait for after being stuck in camp since 9 years old, and only getting claimed around 2 months ago. At the start of winter, which is actually the same time Arjun's dad's trial had finished, freeing him. "How do you like camp so far?" Megan decided to try and break the awkwardness that Arjun was emitting by looking right at her as she started in the sky, ignoring the ravens that seemed to be looking down on him interestedly. In the next second, they were gone, as if vanishing into thin air. "It's good. Not really what I expected from a camp of demigods, but good. Hey, do you ever look up the sky, feeling that maybe your mom is watching?" Arjun suddenly asks, looking toward the rising moon as the sun starts to set. Megan watched the sky as well before shaking her head. "No, I don't think she'd be watching. Out of all her kids she must have. There's no way." It went silent after her words until they both decided to call it a day and leave the beach back to the actual camp. For the next week, without Arjun worrying about the prophecy, he started to get used to camp and fighting as well. He didn't immediately die on the rock wall, nor did he give up on ancient Greek, which he studied with Annabeth, and surprisingly, Megan. She had come up and asked to help teach him, something he had agreed on. He'd even gotten in trouble this week, mostly because of Sam. Sam had brought him to the showers. Little did he know that it was actually the girls' showers that Sam had brought him to. He had had a hard time apologizing on his knees to an angry Silena Beauregard and other girls who didn't believe him at first that he was tricked. Luckily, they found Sam trying to hide on the roof while he was chuckling at his misfortune. All in all, a nice normal week at camp. That is until Chiron called him to the big house today and told him he needed to go on a quest. Now, I'm not entirely sure about the locations, but your best bet is the Sea of Monsters. You can't find a dash. Before Chiron could finish, Arjun shook his head. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. And if you mean the prophecy, then no. It doesn't feel right for this. Sea of Monsters, sir. It doesn't feel like it." Arjun looked at the map as his eyes glowed a subtle silver and illuminated it. Seeing the lines, and then a large circle around a place he didn't recognize, he pointed on the map, surprising Chiron. "In Greece? That's quite a far journey for a simple quest of finding something. And it would be very dangerous. Arjun, are there more lines that specify the prophecy?" Chiron asked, looking at Greece, which Arjun was pointing to. He didn't see the silver lines, nor did he notice the glint of silver in his eye. Arjun denied it, as the silver light disappeared from the map. "What was that? I need to find out what these things that keep happening to me mean," he thought to himself as he finally realized what was going on. "You want me to go on a quest?" Arjun asked in confusion. He hadn't connected what Chiron had been trying to get him ready for in these few minutes, but now that he had, he was confused. From what Annabeth had said, there hadn't been a quest issued since Luke had been scratched by some dragon. It didn't make sense for Chiron to suddenly issue him a quest, did it? "I believe this is necessary," A prophecy shouldn't be ignored after being issued. I hope you understand. Besides, finding something won't be too difficult. I'm more worried about this person that darkens the world. Chiron said to Arjun, who nodded and lowered his head. So, what now? Arjun asked before Chiron chuckled. Don't worry, you should have a week or so in camp. Have fun, and I believe that the other members need to be a fellow Apollo child, and also a child at Hecate. Make your picks, and try to keep it from Annabeth. She won't appreciate being left out.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.